inside out. And I'm a firm believer in plenty of water. I'm not saying I don't drink coffee or have an occasional, can of soda, but what I'm saying is I mainly drink water because that's the greatest hydration you can give your skin no matter what age you are. So maybe that might be something you want to add to your list. Start, doing it in little bits. I didn't particularly like water 20 odd years ago when I started, little sips here and there until I got to the point that I actually liked the taste of it. So if I can do it, so can you. So it's important that we look at, no matter what your star sign is, how we can improve our diet, our health and our lifestyle at the moment, because we want to be around for a lot longer. So it's important to make sure that we're feeding ourselves and looking after ourselves to the very best that we can. So if you're seeking love, and I know a lot of people out there are seeking love, and I'm going to say to you, Venus is in Leo at the moment. Now, disregard whatever your star sign is. Let's look at the Leo energy here. With Venus in Leo, it's asking you to get out and strut your stuff. So if you're looking for love, there's no point in going to the library where you've got to be quiet. You're not allowed to open your mouth and you're not allowed to talk loud or anything like that. You want to go to a place or places where people are having a good time, where people are showing off a little bit, where people are strutting their stuff, or places that make you smile. That could be a video game arcade, it could be going to a concert, it could be going to the mall, it could be lots of places. So there is love around the horizon here, and many people will fall in love during this Leo season of, Venus being in Leo. So it's a time to sort of get out there, put your best outfit on and go out and go, presenting yourself to the world, I think, is the secret here. It's not necessarily looking for a stage to perform on, but it's like every time you walk out the door in the best way that you can, so that then if you do meet somebody or you do catch somebody's eye, at least you're feeling good about yourself and you're feeling as if, great, I've met somebody and I was really feeling terrific that day. I was really feeling at my best. And I think that will sort of shine through. And then you'll find then that, if you're meant to attract love, you will. Not always at the time in our lives when we expect or need love do we attract love. It's one of those things that love creeps up on us sometimes when we least expect it. So, it's always important to sort of look your best, I suppose, or the best you can for that day when you step out the door, even if you are only going to the market. Lots of people have met the true love of their life over a bunch of bananas at the market, believe you me. So we have Mars, the planet of action, is sitting at the moment in Libra. Now, Mars is the planet that makes us get out of bed every morning, that gives us our ego, our drive, and sort of says, it's time to get out of bed, it's time to get moving. So Mars is sitting in Libra at the moment. So he's asking you to sort of balance everything out in your life. He's saying, on one hand, yes, you can be very, very motivated, you can be very enthusiastic and organised, but make sure that it's in some sort of balance, that we're not going too fast and we're going to burn out too quickly. There needs to be a sustainable race that we're running at the moment to achieve everything. So this is mainly predominantly for the air signs, which is Libra, Aquarius and Gemini, and the opposite sign of Aries. But it is filtering over to the other remaining 8 signs, but not quite as strong or not quite as dynamic as it was. But, if you're wanting to get some new ideas off the ground, make sure that you've got the enthusiasm, but make sure you bring it into balance too. Sometimes, we need a real push to get started, and then we need to level it out. We need to sort of things to become a lot more level and say to ourselves, okay, this is what I need to be doing. This is how I need to be sort of managing things, because everything is not going as I want it to at the moment. We have Jupiter, the planet of expansion, opportunity and luck, is sitting in Cancer at the moment. Now, it's really interesting because Jupiter is yes, definitely the planet of expansion, and that includes expanding waistlines. And with it sitting in Cancer, for all Cancerians, I'm going to say to you, one of the 5 food groups which isn't included by a dietitian is chocolates or candy. And particularly the chocolate flavoured candy is very important to them, because if they're feeling down, they have a piece. If they're feeling happy, they have some. If they're feeling sad, if they're feeling worried, if they're feeling whatever. So they need to have a little bit every day. It's sort of part of eating their protein and vegetables to them, not necessarily so much for the other signs. And I'm not not saying a lot of it, I'm saying a small amount. It helps boost their confidence, it helps them think, it helps them get motivated. So if you're a Cancer, make sure that you put that on the shopping list, and only little bits at a time, please. So Jupiter is the opportunity here where they can sort of really start to expand their lives out. I've had lots of messages from people that are either a Cancer or have somebody in the family that's a Cancer, and they're saying, what on earth is going on with these people? One minute they're happy and positive, and the next minute they're retreating into their shell, they're angry, they're titchy, we can't sort of make any conversation with them. You've got to understand from a Cancer's point of view, Jupiter here sort of asking them to live big and to be bigger than life and, you know, take some bold steps is all very great in their head. And then when they start to put it into action, it's, oh my God, am I doing the right thing? I'm feeling really quite uncomfortable here. I'm not feeling as if this is the right way for me. I'm feeling as if, you know, maybe I've overstepped the mark here. And they're starting to feel that their confidence is not quite with them. So they are going to appear to be a little bit moody. So I'm going to ask you again to be very patient with them. When they're in a buoyant, positive, happy mood, all get on the train with them. And when they're in a grumpy mood, let them retract in their shell and go and have some peace and quiet by themselves, and you wander off and do something else rather than create an argument or a disagreement. Just know that this is where they're meant to be. They've taken a bold step, and now they need to back off. They need to back off a little bit and just look at what's actually sort of happening. So we have Saturn, the planet of discipline and restrictions, has just moved back, has gone retrograde, gone back into from Aries back into Pisces. Now, it's going to be there till the end of November. So this is sort of like a last little look around for Saturn to sort of say to all you darling Pisceans, did you really learn all the lessons that I dished out to you for 2.5 years? Or do we need a little bit of a refresher course? Do we just need to sort of go back and check everything is okay, that everything is right, that you've done everything that I asked you to do, and now we can sort of move forward? So it's a time there where it's not necessarily a restriction on their life. It's just a time when they can sort of just chill out a little bit, take a little bit of a breather, just triple check that everything in their life is going the way that they want it to, and then they can move forward. We're going to talk with Jeanette in Southampton in England. Are you there, Jeanette?
I am here.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
Yep. Can you tell me when I'm going to be in a relationship or love coming in?
Oh, certainly we can handle that. Love's a very important topic, isn't it? I mean, none of us want to walk around in ones. I don't believe we're designed to do that. I think we're designed to have a partner in our lives. Really, really interesting. The first thing that they're sharing with me is that you now know what you want in a relationship. And I think it's taken you a little bit of time to get here, Jeanette, to understand that you've always been too much of a giver, have you not?
Yes.
And that's been really hard for you to turn around and say, hang on a minute, the giving's got to be to me now. I've got to be number one in the queue. And that takes a lot of practice to be able to do that and to understand that, and to also stop trying to fix other people's worlds. You know, you're what I call a rescuer. And it's really hard when you've always seen potential in somebody and you think, if I only help them do this and this and this and this and this, then they'll get to where they need to go. And yes, you do all that, and then they toddle off with someone else because you've got them to a state of where they're feeling very confident and very secure in themselves. So now we've got to take that energy and put it into you. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you. I'm just saying now you've got to look at that you're number one. You need to be taken care of. You need to be the most important person in someone else's world. And having said all that, you've changed the way that you're now approaching. If you were to meet someone, tomorrow, you wouldn't look at what potential have they got and how can I help them. You'd look at them and say, okay, what benefit do you bring to my life now? And that's really important, because that was really hard for you to swap everything around like that, was it not?
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's good, because that means now you're right on track to meet somebody. They're showing me October, so I'm going to assume it's this October and not one further down the track. And they're actually showing me it's going to be at a social event. So I didn't feel that you were that sort of social. I didn't think that you necessarily like to go out that much, particularly in noisy places.
I haven't been out for quite some time, but
Right.
I'm going away this week for a couple of weeks to Greece, and I'll be back at the end of September. And I think some of my friends want to go out to some places. So
Good. Well, I want you to go out, even if it's, you sort of think, oh, gee, I don't know whether I can handle that, the noise and the music and the this and that and the other. I want you to go anyway, because it's one of these, it's not like going out to a restaurant and having a meal with a friend and we're just catching up. It's got to be somewhere where there's life, where there's music, there's people, and there's people coming and going, and not necessarily a hotel or a pub, but it's somewhere that's lively. And that's where I feel you're going to meet this new man. He's tall, he's dark-headed, he's good looking, got a bit of a wave in his hair. He sort of is a little bit nervous, I think. I don't think he's been in a relationship for some time, and I think he's sort of gone out with some friends because he's got to make an effort to sort of get out there. His friends have said to him, Mrs. Wright isn't going to come and knock on the door and say, hey, are you available? You've got to get out there and meet people. So he's feeling a little bit awkward too. But look, the two of you hit it off like a house on fire. I think there's a lot of laughter, a lot of fun. And I actually feel the two of you will sort of form a really good bond really, really quickly, and you'll find that you've got a lot of things in common. I'm not saying you won't go out, but I'm saying you won't necessarily be replicating this noisy sort of Yahoo-y type night out. You sort of enjoy going out for a meal or going to the movies or going for a trip. You like to do things together. And he's a really, really nice man. He's been on his own for some time. And, I couldn't pick a nicer man for you. He's just really kind and very considerate. I don't know where you live in England, but what I'm seeing with him, he lives somewhere where there's a little bit of open space. I can see rolling hills in the background. So where you're living, is there a little bit of countryside like that near you, close to you?
There is further out, yes. I'm down by the coast where the cruise ships leave from, in Southampton.
Right, okay. Right, I can see him sort of more in a rural setting, but I didn't feel it was that far from you. I sort of thought maybe half an hour's drive.
Yeah, we have lots of rural settings, probably about that distance or a bit more, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so to me, it's not too far. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not as if he's got to drive for 3 hours to get to you. It's sort of like, I just sort of feel with him, I don't feel that there's a shortage of money, but he doesn't throw it around either. Like he's not flamboyant with it, but he's certainly not mean with it. But he's a really, really nice man. And I think the two of you are going to end up forming a nice union and, have a very long time, a happy time together. So I hope that's helped you, sweetie.
Can I just ask you, do you feel he's a soulmate for me? Because I've never met my soulmate.
Okay, soulmates to me are hard work. So we don't necessarily want to meet a soulmate. We want to meet your twin soul, somebody that is the other half of your soul, somebody that completes you. Soulmates is usually a lot of hard work, a lot of karmic lessons, and we don't want that. We want somebody that you can relate to, somebody that is the other half of you and you're the other half of him, and that's what this is going to be. There's lots of laughter, and I think it's been a long time since you've had some really good belly laughs, but this man's going to get you in stitches of laughter. And I don't feel he's much of a drinker. I'm not saying he's against anybody that likes to have a little drink, but for him personally, he'd rather have a cup of tea and a nice piece of cake. That's more his style.
Do you see him as English or foreign?
Yeah, no, I felt he was English. I felt he was English because just by the way he spoke and the way he dressed, he sort of felt very English. And, I constantly saw him with a mug of tea in his hand. And I don't know too many other nationalities around the world that like their tea quite as much. So anyway, sweetie, that's where we're going to have to leave it. So I wish you luck with him. So we're going to talk with Brittany now in Sheridan in Michigan in the USA. Are you there, Brittany?
Yeah.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Brittany?
I was wondering if you could do like a general read.
Yeah, sure. I just always ask if there's a question because we've got such limited time. I want to make sure that I answer, the reason why you phoned into the show.
I would say maybe about a situation with my children.
Okay. When you're asking about children, that's sort of an area that by different laws in different states that we're not allowed to cover. If it's more to do with are they happy, I can answer that. But if it's to do with a custody situation, the answer is no. I don't deal with legal stuff.
Okay. Well, I already know they're happy. Well, a general read maybe just about,
Okay, right.
what was that?
Okay, all right. Well, I can go into a general reading. They're starting to give me the fact that there's a lot of endings, change, and transformation coming up around you, and it's time now that you need to stand up and be counted. It's like you've got to take your own power back. And I'm not saying that you're a weak person. I'm just saying this last 18 months, to me, it's sort of like it's been a bit of a struggle. It's like I've constantly, as I thought I got through one situation, and there was another one there behind it that I had to sort of, turn around and back up and have more energy for. That's all coming to an end now. So that's a good. I feel that, as we slowly start to turn the corner, which we are doing now in the month of September, but as we glide through to the end of this year, each day that goes by, you're getting a little bit stronger, things are clearing up a little bit more, and you're starting to see, I've got something to be excited about. I've got new opportunities that are coming. Were you looking for another job? Because they keep showing me a question mark around a job.
I currently own a restaurant and I'm having difficulties with some employees.
Right. Okay, so you're making
So
changes
I
with
wouldn't
that?
say I'm looking for a new job.
No, but are you changing how you're running the restaurant? Is there things there that you're looking to change?
Yeah, somewhat of what I'm looking to change, and I'm continuously looking for a second location.
Right. Okay. Well, that'll still come out as a change to me. So because you got to understand when they're coming through from the other side, I've got to try and interpret their symbolism, and they just sort of showed me work and a question mark. So I just assumed maybe looking for another job. But if you're looking for another location, that's good. I'm going to say to you, I want you to go out of the area of where you've been looking. I think where you've been looking is not necessarily the right thing, and that's why something hasn't turned up. It's sort of like go a little bit to the right of it, sort of maybe half a mile down the road or something like that. You're going to find a location that is more than perfect, but it needs a bit of work. Well, obviously it's going to need work to put your stamp on it, but this to me is a little bit bigger than what you first imagined that you could have, was in your budget, and in a location where there's enough parking and all those sort of things. And it's just sort of like, it's like, you've obviously got a search area that you've been looking in, just broaden that a little bit, and I think you're going to find the perfect thing. So are we aiming to have this open by the early part of the new year if we find the right location?
It's like I said, if I find the right location, that's kind of, it's been up in the air with my boyfriend and trying to get him to come on. I own it by myself, but I'm trying to get him on board to do more with me.
Why is he hesitant?
He owns his own business as well. It's a lot of liability.
Right. Okay. All right. No, I just didn't feel he was as passionate about this as you are. I'm not saying he's not keen on the idea. He just didn't seem to have the passion. You seem to be the one that's got the drive, the passion, the whatevers. Look, I'm no good at trying to say to you it's such and such a location. All I can say to you is it's bigger than what you thought. It's got very high ceilings and it's got a different vibe to where you are now, but it sort of certainly fits the bill for what you're looking for as far as parking and, accessibility for people and all that sort of stuff. And I felt that, you were going to find this fairly soon. I think it's fairly quick turnaround to sort of get it up and operational the way that you want it to. Interestingly enough, this building is sat waiting for you. It hasn't had anybody in it for a few months, and that's sort of when you trip across it and you think, well, what's wrong? Why didn't anybody snap this up? It's not that there's anything wrong with it. Sometimes the universe just waits for us to catch up, and that's what I think this is. It's going to give you an opportunity to expand the business, not just expand it by having a second location, but this second location is bigger than what you've currently got. So it enables you to sort of really expand everything right out, and it's really good. I don't feel uncomfortable with it, and I do feel that with that you're going to bring in not so much a different type of food, but you're going to add more things to this. Like I think there could be events and things like that held here where maybe in the current location you don't have as much room for that sort of thing. So, to me, it's not
Right.
just going to be a restaurant, it's going to be an opportunity to have events and weddings and things like that as well. So I hope that's helped you. That's where we've got to leave it now. We've come to the end of the show, unfortunately, Brittany. So it's always nice to talk to people from around the world because everybody has different things that's going on in their lives and different things that they need answered. And, it's a time of change, and it's a time where people are, expanding opportunities and taking giant steps forward. And some people are just taking that step forward, looking for love and understanding what they want at this stage in their life, which is different to what you might have wanted in your 20s. And they're all good choices and all good decisions. And we need to sort of honour those, and we need to be open and honest with ourselves about what we're hoping to achieve in this next stages of our lives. And, with everything sort of seeming like it's moving so fast that, we've got to keep reinventing ourselves and re-looking at what our goals and our desires are. So this week I want to leave you with a very, very old song, and it's going to show my age here because I think this was back in the early 60s, and it's by the Byrds, and it's a song that's called Turn, 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 and it talks about everything in our lives has a season and has a reason and things like that. And I think it's just a very appropriate song to leave you with this week because life is about seasons and changes, and we do all make turn, turn, turn in our lives. So until next week, enjoy the Byrds and bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Happy Wednesday, happy hump day. This is your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. I'm so happy to be here as usual. Another amazing week with amazing readings on the most amazing and the best psychic radio that you'll ever meet, right? This is the place to be, my friends. It's the place to be. You can see I'm sporting my fancy little hat here. This is kind of my signature look. If you've ever come to events that I do, this is my look. This is what I wear. It's one of my favorites. So if you're able to watch the video and see these hats that I wear very much are my favorite thing. They're actually called the Gemini, and that's my sign. So it's meant to be. It's meant to be for me. Anyhow, well, I hope you guys are having a beautiful week. We're getting ready to go into this this blood moon eclipse season. Are we excited for this? We've got eclipse season coming, but it's going to be such a beautiful time for us to release and let go of the things that are just not serving us, and really to start to manifest these whole new beginnings as we come into, the fall equinox. So I'm excited. We're going to see how all this comes, to play and how things will manifest. Did you guys remember to do your cinnamon, your monthly beginning of the month cinnamon challenge, or not challenge, but manifestation, boy, if I can think, where you blow the cinnamon into the entrance of your home and kind of ask the universe to bless you and manifest the things you're wanting to have in your life. So you still got time, it's only the 3rd, so you're good. You're great. You can just do it again if you have to. But anyhow, I, as many of you know, I always see these numbers and I'm already starting to hear things. That's why I keep pausing. But the number that I've been seeing all day today is the number 16. And 16, this is kind of how it'll come into play. So what it is that either spirit or spirit guides coming in and helping me to validate who they are. And when the number 16 comes in, how that connects is this would be the 16th of a month as being a death date or a birth date, the age of 16, January 6th, or even 2016 or 16 years ago. Sometimes it'll be the soul would have been 16, this year. So kind of keep that in mind. We'll see how that connects with my callers tonight. But I decided to pull 2 cards since we're going into this blood moon and this eclipse that we have coming here on Sunday. And I decided to pull one of my moon cards that I absolutely love, which I'll tell you, even just reading this card just kind of blew me away for a moment. But so the moon card that I pulled, it just fit beautifully with me and where I'm at in my life. So I hope it fits for you. And these are kind of the affirmations for the week. So we pulled 2. This one says, it's the full moon in Pisces. So how interesting, we pulled a full moon card. And it says to balance spirituality and practicality. So, and I love that because I feel like sometimes we really want to, kind of, how do I put this? We hope and we just want so much for a sign or a symbol to be connected to a loved one. But we also need to balance that with some practicality as well, right? And then vice versa. So I loved that card. For this week, kind of a little bit of an affirmation. Now, the affirmation for the week, this one is absolutely beautiful. It says, nothing is impossible for the heart. Love will always find a way. And I love it. So nothing is impossible for the heart. Love will always find a way. So, and I'll tell you, love is the most highest vibrational energy that we have. And it, I feel like it just kind of forsakes all, right? It's beautiful. All right. Well, speaking of love, I love to talk to and meet my callers. So I've got Tina from Seattle. Hi, Tina. This is Mini Medium.
Hi, how are you? I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good, hon. I'm doing good. How can I help you tonight?
Oh, just anything general would be great.
Wonderful.
And I was listening to your numbers. Your numbers were 16. What I got out of it is 1 and 6 and 7. That's my grandma's birthday. So it's just,
I love that. Yeah. Well, and I love how that kind of fits with even, as I pulled one of the cards, the affirmation about balancing spirituality and practicality, I feel like, you said that might be a stretch, but that's where that balance comes in, right? With your spirituality and practicality. And I love numbers, and I never look at anything as a coincidence, but 1 and 6 being 7, I use that way of numbers all the time. So I wouldn't doubt that connects with your grandma. Absolutely. I love that. All right, my friend. Well, let's see. I'm going to pull a couple cards for you, and let's see what direction we're going. And maybe we very well will be connecting with grandma or anyone else for that matter. Let me ask you, I keep getting pulled to you with some health things. Do you mind if we talk about your health?
Sure.
Okay. Just a little bit of something that I feel is coming up. I just pulled a few cards just to get us kind of some validation. Let me ask you, how do you connect with the month of August, my friend, or the number 8?
I've just got a couple of people that have birthdays in August.
Okay.
My ex,
okay.
for one.
Oh, yay. You always love those on time. We'll never forget the exes, right?
Right.
And can I ask just yes or no for you, Tina? Do you have children?
They're grown, yes.
Yeah. Okay. There's some reason I'm drawn to you, and I think I may even have someone in spirit trying to come in, but wanting to validate the kids, the children. And it's interesting because I have 3 coming in, but then 1 kind of moves out of the way. Can I ask how many children you have?
2.
You have 2?
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. So anytime I feel the 2 and then 1 kind of pulls away, this will kind of validate that you may have a child in spirit, or this may be where we have a grandbaby starting to come in. So do we have grandbabies yet?
Nope. Not yet.
All right. Well, you watch, Grandma. One thing I'm very mindful of and careful is about predicting children. That's kind of where I'm very careful. And there's just a sense of where even into next year, this very well may be coming into play. So just kind of keep it in mind. Yeah, absolutely. So just really quickly, I want to talk about just some health things. I'm getting a lot of sensation or feeling right through my chest or my lungs, heart or lungs, but even coming up into the throat. So just be mindful of that. Have you been having issues with your lungs or thyroid?
Well, I have been diagnosed with tachycardia. So severe tachycardia.
Okay, my friend. Okay, that would be where, picking up everything in the chest. I just want you to be very mindful and keep, that on your radar per se. Okay, I just feel that
Okay.
there's even a hereditary line of this being some issues, even in the family, where others may have the same problem, or if they have crossed over, they had the same issues. Do you
Well, yeah,
understand that?
my mom just died in March or May of lung cancer.
Okay, hon. I think we might have mom trying to come in because it's all in the lung I kept getting too. So I'm so sorry for the loss of your mama. Um, we may very well, and even though she just passed in May, I'll tell you there's, well, and if we even think about it, boy, I just got 16. If you take one minus, from six, that's five. She passed in May, right? Might be a little bit of a
That's
stretch
true.
there too, but this is how numbers work. Um, but just there is this feeling, even from your loved ones in spirit, wanting you to be very mindful of the breathing, the lungs, the heart. Okay. So please, be mindful of that. Um, there's also just another kind of general way I'm being pulled towards is you're in this very beautiful, I would say, chapter in your big old novel of life this year of really starting to see people in a different light. I feel like you're seeing the people that are really just not serving you in a good way. And I feel like that you're
Right.
going to see that you're going to cut them out, my friend, if you haven't already.
And I pretty much am doing that right now. So that's
Yeah.
spot on.
Yeah, I could feel
Yeah.
that. And it's a good thing, my friend. I'm just going to validate your decision. I feel like you're needing to do this. Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I even feel, even if I do have mom coming in a little bit now, that being that she's a new soul, that sometimes it takes a while for them to come through. But I have to tell you, I am tasting like cinnamon or vanilla, and they'll do this. They'll give me. It's called Claire Gustin. Do you know why I'm tasting like cinnamon, vanilla, nutmeg? So weird. Is it
I don't. I probably will think of
okay?
something later, but I don't right
Yeah.
now.
Keep it in mind. They'll do this when and it might be even with my next caller, but they'll do this to trigger where like this may have been like her favorite drink, or she made, a certain, pastry or something of that sort. It kind of reminds me of snickerdoodle flavor. So kind of keep that in mind a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, so just and it could be my next caller because souls will come in a little bit early. But um, did now there's I just heard I need to let you know that there's appreciation for keeping my feet warm. So if this is mama, there's a sense of my keeping my feet warm. I've got just that gratitude of even the socks being always on. Did you take care of mom at the end of her passing?
Yes.
Okay. Why is she so focused on my feet?
I would cover her feet. I would make
Okay.
sure she was all covered.
Beautiful. Okay. I just have to tell you, she says to tell you that thank you for keeping my feet warm because there was times where
Oh,
she wouldn't be able to communicate that. Okay. So just
exactly.
yeah, so beautiful.
Oh,
Well, I know I need to hop to my next caller, but I want to tell you the biggest thing I feel for you this year, my friend, is really putting yourself first, taking care of you, and just knowing that the people that have not been serving you, just it's okay to distance yourself from them. And I feel like even into next year, that's where these new chapters begin, and you'll start to see a better health. Just things are going to shift. So just be patient.
good.
I always say that's the hardest thing, right? That's the hard
Absolutely.
thing.
Yeah. You find yourself
Yeah.
alone a lot, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I hope this gave you some answers and just some kind of comfort in knowing that, that mom is, doing okay. She's at peace. And, without a doubt, they'll be right there, kind of your biggest cheerleader. Okay.
Thank you so much. I needed to hear
So
that.
much. Good. Oh, I love that. You're so welcome, my friend. Well, thank you for calling in, and you have a beautiful night.
You too. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Bye bye.
Hi.
I love it. I love it. All right. Well, let's go ahead. We'll take our next caller. And I have Nicole, and Nicole is from Canada. Hi, Nicole. This is Mini Medium.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good, hun. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Good, good, good. How can I help you tonight?
Just I guess the last almost year, I'm gonna say, has been just a real struggle all around. And just kind of, is there a light at the end of the tunnel? And what can I hopefully look forward to?
Sure. Okay, sure. Okay, let me I'm gonna pull a couple cards for you here really quick. And I just with my readings, I use tarot cards, but I use them just as kind of a visual validation of what my gifts are giving to me per se. So I'm gonna kind of see what kind of falls out here and what we're being drawn to. Boy, my friend, you've got some very much needed release or relief of the masculine energies in your life. So this is the man, my friend. So let's talk about that a little bit here. I pulled a couple cards as they kind of fell out and just picking just intuitively. Now, earlier I was mentioning that the number 16 has been very prominent today. Do you connect with that number 16 as a birth date, death date, age, year? Does that resonate with you?
It's one of my son's favorite numbers. It used to be one of his football jersey numbers, actually.
Oh, beautiful. I love it. I love it. I love it. Anytime I get these numbers that connect with my caller or anyone I do readings, it's generally a loved one in spirit that's trying to come in and even validate that person or give us a message. So we may have someone on the other side wanting to give a message to your son or to you about your son. Are you okay with that if that happens to come in?
Absolutely.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, so the cards I pulled for you, this is really interesting. You pulled the death and rebirth card. I'll kind of show that on camera here. And it actually came out of the deck upside down. So anytime cards come out of the deck reversed, they connect with or validate your shadow work. Are you familiar with shadow work?
No.
Okay, okay. Not many are, so don't feel bad. I should just go into my whole spiel and even ask. But really, shadow work, it's the things that you are working on just for yourself or the things you know you need to work on to just try to live your best life and be the best version of you. And being that this death and rebirth card came out upside down, my friend, this is so beautiful for you. This means that this is the death of the old Nicole and the rebirth of the new. Isn't that beautiful? I'm so damn excited for you. So, however, there's the big old but, right? And the big old but connects with the masculine. So what this means now, the next card you pulled is this King of Swords card. And the king, of course, we connect that to the masculine, especially, more of the like high hierarchy kind of higher, masculine energy. And the sword is where you have kind of this imaginary sword and you're using that sword to fight and to defend and to protect. And you, my beautiful friend, have been doing that a very long time. Fighting, defending, and protecting, especially your son, who I have someone on the other side wanting to bring up. Do you understand that?
Yeah, actually.
Okay. You've got a very strong father figure on the other side trying to come in, father energy. Has dad or your grandfather passed paternal side?
Yep.
Okay. This is your dad. Your dad has passed?
No, it's my grandfather. It's my grandfather. And my grandparents raised me for a good chunk of my childhood.
Oh, I love this for you, hon. I love this. Well, your grandfather, and I feel like he's dad. That's why I'm interpreting it as dad, because
Yeah.
he does not like me calling him grandpa. It's not grandpa. So he just adores and is so protective of your children, your son. This is why the 16 came up. And there's such a feeling of just, I need to tell you from grandpa, um, his grandfather, even though it's great grandpa, but he looks at it himself as grandpa to your son. Um, but I just keep hearing him say, please tell my boy how proud I am of him for that accomplishment. So something just happened or is about to that he just accomplished. Do you understand that?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. If it hasn't happened yet, hun, it's coming. So he just brought up the number 18 now. Boy, there's lots of numbers coming up. Do you connect with the number 18, January 8th, or the 18th of a month, or the age of 18?
Not really.
Okay. Keep that in mind as well. Okay. Keep that in mind.
Okay.
I even feel like I may be going back to 2018. So what would that be? 7 years ago-ish. But there's a sense that I need to bring that up, especially connected to the masculine. So just keep these in mind. Sometimes it takes a minute for them to click. But there's such a feeling this year for you, hun, that it's called cord cutting, and there's a source of energy. And this source of energy that I feel is full of the masculine is a bit of negative energy or toxic energy. And there's an umbilical cord, in a sense, that comes from that source, and it feeds into you, but it feeds into you negative energy. And we need to cut that cord, hun, because that is what is holding you back from living your best life. Now, the masculine can connect to, your father, the father, I want to say fathers of your children. Do your children are there children with different dads?
Yeah.
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 Okay. So this is where it's a matter of letting go of any kind of guilt or anger or animosity that you may have towards these men. And once you're able to do that and cut that energetic cord, then this rebirth will happen. So I want you to just kind of work on that as part of your shadow work, okay?
Okay.
I'm listening a little bit. I think I've got Grandpa coming in. I'm going to, I do a little bit of what's called automated writing or psychography. It's a lot of doodling, but a lot of mediums use this to get energy out.
Okay.
Your grandpa's kind of a funny character, by the way, or your dad. God, he just
very much. Yeah. Yeah.
I love him. And he
was the king of like dad jokes, and he was hilarious.
Oh yeah, that he's like throwing dad jokes at me left and right. It's hilarious. He's very charming too, though. Very charming. The way he's coming in. I feel like even he's wanting you to be aware or know that he loves how you honored him after his passing. He's showing me that you just made him so proud, hun, and that you did so many things to honor him, the man he was, and the father he was to you. Okay.
Always do. Yeah. I miss them so much.
Oh, I'm sure, hun. I am sure. Did he smoke cigars or like pipes? I'm smelling cigar or pipe smoke. That came in really fast. Okay. I may have someone else trying to come in.
I remember. I mean, he told me would always tell me a story when him and his friends, I guess they were teenagers or so, they used to smoke corn silk.
Oh, that might be what this is. That is crazy. It's like I couldn't quite put my finger on what it was, so I feel like you hit it right on the head there.
Oh.
funny. That's hilarious. So bizarre.
They
So
they
bizarre.
used to do that, and he told me that how sick that they used to get.
Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine.
Yeah.
He does also want you to know that he says, I knew I was sick, but I didn't want to burden you or any others. Do you understand that? So I was sick. I didn't want to burden. It's a feeling of I knew I had some issues, but maybe didn't bring them up. There's a feeling of holding back, I guess, if you will. Can I ask if he passed of any? Well, you've got a couple coming through. I know that we're coming from him of having issues in the lower abdomen or the belly. Can I ask even how he passed? Why that's so significant?
Is it the same grandfather? Because that could be my other grandfather.
Oh, okay. Absolutely. That's why I said I think I have another soul coming in. There's that emphasis on the lower abdomen of having issues there.
That would be my other grandfather, because he used to smoke cigars and he had stomach issues and passed with what we believe was stomach cancer.
Wow. Okay. Well, he's here too, hon. This is beautiful. mini-medium.com. So it's mini, the little dash, medium.com. All of my stuff is on there. All of my social media, information, all my events coming up. And you can also book a private reading over Zoom or in person here in Utah. But I will see you guys next week when I will be having a special guest. Yay! We're going to bring on my friend that we talked about last time, Ernie Atwood, who is just an amazing, amazing soul. So I'll see you guys next week. Bye, guys.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Spirit Connections with psychic medium Jess Colner. Live from psychicmediumjesscolner.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-31 2147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Spirit Connection on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, beautiful souls. Welcome back to another week of Spirit Connections. I'm your host, Psychic Medium Jess Holmer. And tonight, here on A1R Psychic Radio Moonstruck TV, tonight I'll be taking another caller to connect them with their loved one in spirit. So I'm very excited to see who we get from wherever in the world they're calling from. I know we've had a lot of callers from Australia and Canada and America, so who knows? Probably one of those three tonight, if I had to take a guess. I would like to start off with my weekly reminder that you do not need a psychic medium to connect with your loved ones. All you need to do is put a thought out there to the person you want to hear from in spirit. Send up the thought to them, ask them for a sign, and give them 24 hours to deliver. Trust that they will deliver it to you. They're also very creative in how they choose to deliver it. It's not always the living. For example, if you receive cardinals, it's not always the bird in the flesh. Sometimes it is somebody walking by with a cardinal on their hat. Other times it's, you're scrolling on the phone and you see a beautiful painting of a cardinal. There are many ways they can deliver this to you. Looks like we have our caller. I'm actually ready for the caller. So let's see. Judy in St. Louis, Missouri. We are in America. Look at that. That's where our call is tonight. Hi, Judy. How are you?
I am doing well. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thank you so much for asking. Judy, have you had a reading with a psychic medium before?
I have. Yes.
Fantastic. So you have a slight idea of how this is going to work. Judy, I had someone step up before I got on the call tonight. So I'm going to give you all of the evidence they provided to me. I'm going to ask you what you can take, what makes sense, and what you need clarification on, and then we'll get to the messages, okay?
Great.
All right. So this is going to be tricky, Judy. I hope you're ready to bear with me here because the gentleman in question said this was going to be 50-50. And when they tell me that, it means the identification could either be tricky or there was a distance, be it physically or emotionally, between you and this person when they were last on Earth. He looked younger than he was, Judy, but I don't believe this gentleman lived an incredibly long life, 85 plus years. I do think he passed middle ages. Around maybe 50s. I could be off on that, but again, he always had a sense of looking younger than he was. He also said that he said a lot of hurtful words. So that I know that there was definitely some emotional stuff going on here with this gentleman. I see a leaner average build and lighter eyes, possibly blue. The thing I wanted to mention, he was very dusty or dirty, which I think he worked outside, and he gave me a possible railroad reference. So I don't know if he worked on the railroad, was involved with them in some capacity, or trains, or being around where they were built, but he was shaking off the dirt and the dust. So I know he worked outside. When it came to his health, he said he was self-described hot mess with his health. That was his words, not mine. Something affected the left side of his body. And when the passing did occur, it was very quick for him. And then he took me to a very, very interesting thing, and something about a lost men's wristwatch. And I know I'm throwing a lot at you, Judy, so hang on. There is a March birthday tied to him, a name of Michael or Mike tied to him, and an April passing. What can you take? What do you need clarification on?
Wow. So you think his name is Michael?
I don't know. I heard the name Michael or Mike.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be him.
When I hang up,
it could be a name tied to him. I would just like to point this out.
Yeah. I will probably hang up and say, oh, shoot, I know who that was. So can you tell me what his message is for me?
Okay, so you can't take anything?
Yeah, I don't know.
Difficulty with communication?
I know who it is.
Okay, you think it knows.
Pardon me?
What can you take that I said? What can you take? What did I say that resonated with you? Because there's a lot here. I know I gave you quite a bit.
That he was paralyzed on one side. Like he had, did she say that he had trouble? Yes.
Yes, it was one side only, and I couldn't figure it out. What was that affected him? Do you know? Because that was driving me crazy. I could not pinpoint it. It was a stroke. Okay.
A stroke.
Yeah.
Gee, okay, so thank goodness we have that correct. And when the passing did occur, it was quick by the time he did pass, though. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay, so this is good. We have this. You understand the wristwatch, Judy? Losing it? Somebody
No, I
lost the
don't
watch.
understand that.
That's okay. March
Okay.
birthday? Significance of someone having a March birthday tied to this gentleman.
No, I don't know that.
We don't know that. We don't know that. April passing? Anybody? It doesn't have to be him. It could be someone tied to him passed in April who's trying to connect himself to that person. And I understand that sometimes the
Hmm.
months are something you need to look up when you get off the phone. I get it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to leave that because we don't know. Do you understand the working outside reference? The dust, the dirt, or the railroad?
You know, I was gonna say I don't think it was a railroad. It was I didn't know him well, but I know who you're talking about. And so I think he was like a plumber. He worked with his hands.
That'll get you
So
dusty,
that's
dirty.
where the
So,
plumber. Yeah,
okay, plumber, I'll
exactly.
take it. The railroad reference, just hold on to that because I don't know if there was a significance of him loving trains. Okay, it doesn't have to be he worked on it, but when I get that, there's something very specific. They only do that if they're tied to trains. I don't know how else to say that.
Okay.
It's very specific. So maybe that was something he had a collection of, a hobby of, if it wasn't his job. But I did hear a steam engine, a train. Obviously,
Okay.
I don't think he was, from that long ago. I would like to clarify because you said you did know him. So, okay, so who is the gentleman that you knew? And was there difficulty with communication with him or emotional? Like, was he just, this is what I'm trying to understand.
You know what? It was a customer that would come in all the time to a store that I worked at, and he came in every day, and it was just more for visitation. He just came in to visit me. So,
Oh my goodness
and I
gracious
know he
me.
passed.
So, okay.
Yeah, he passed very
No
young, so
wonder.
that's why I don't know a lot about him. But
Okay.
I know he was a
So
hot mess, and I know he had a bad temper.
bad temper. Thank you. Because I flinched when he said words, and that was his way of showing that he said hurtful words. Okay. We're going to lean into that.
Mm-hmm.
Judy, how old would you guess he was? Because I couldn't get beyond like middle age.
About 50.
That's right where I landed. Good job. Okay. What was this gentleman's name, Judy?
Well, you know what? It's been so long ago.
That's okay if you don't remember.
Don't remember
Okay.
his name. Yeah.
All right. That's okay. That's okay. So he was a customer. How fascinating, Judy, that he's coming in to say hello to you. Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, that is. He would come
I
in
love
every
it.
day at work just to visit me.
That's beautiful, though. I love this so much. And that was also why when he walked up, he said it could be a tricky identification. When they give me that symbol for 50-50, I'm like, oh dear. So you guys weren't necessarily
Yeah.
very, very close, which makes sense for why it could be tricky, but you did figure it out. Okay. So come on down. So first off, he wants to express gratitude, Judy. Gratitude for just listening. That's something he didn't have a lot. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. He says, thank you for listening, first and foremost. And it was really just a genuinely happy time for him. He puts the rainbow over his communication with you whenever he had the chance to encounter you. So that is a very beautiful thing. And I hope you take that to heart, knowing the positive impact you actually had on this gentleman, because you just took time to
That's so
hear
sweet.
him. Next, yes, let's see. Yeah, now he wants to talk about you. Okay, Judy, he's coming back to that watch. I'm starting to think it's not a watch. Hold on here. Time. Judy, why does it feel like there's not enough time in the day for you?
Because it probably isn't. I'm just incredibly busy.
He's got me laughing. He's got me laughing right now. He shows me you going, oh my God, why is there not a 25th hour today? And he shows me you scrambling, like really scrambling. Like feels like a little bit chaotic.
Yeah. Yeah, you think at my age I'd start slowing down, but I'm not. No.
Oh, Judy. All right. Well, listen, we don't want you to come to a screeching halt, but we do want you to pace yourself, he said. He is stressing that.
Okay.
There's the sense of when I can feel it, when I'm just feeling the chaos. And obviously I don't know you, Judy, but honestly, when I feel that stressed kind of feeling, looking at a schedule, that's not healthy. I don't want you to experience that. Okay. And I'm not good. You don't have to admit your age right now, but you told me you should be slowing down. I need you to at least be
Oh, I'm
prioritizing
61.
downtown. Oh, downtown. Oh my goodness. You have so much life in you. You're 61. But listen, you should be relaxing a lot more than you are, Judy. Okay. Smell the
Okay.
roses. He said, what's the point? Smell the roses. He picks up a rose and he smells the roses. Yes. Judy,
Oh,
do you have
that's
neck
so awesome.
problems? He takes me to your neck. Do you have a problem in your neck or your back?
Not normally. Sometimes my back, but not
The
my
back.
neck. No.
It's
I
not.
used to have a problem with my neck.
Okay. Yeah. Judy, the tension, he shows me that it doesn't help things. The stress tension isn't helping things. So when you kind of get your body going in fight or flight mode and not allowing your body rest, that is what irritates your back more.
Okay.
So he wants you to be aware of that. We don't say it to make you feel bad, Judy. He just wants you to be in a happy, healthy bubble. He puts a heart around you. He really does adore you, and he's looking out for you, and he really genuinely wants you to be in a good physical, mental, and emotional space, and that requires taking the time for rest. Do you have any questions for us, Judy? It could be anything at all. I know he's not a relative, but he can help answer a question if you have one.
I don't know if he could answer that, but does he see any health problems that is coming my way? Like something I need to be aware of?
Let's see here. Hold on one second. I'm taking a look here.
And tell me the good, bad, and ugly.
I like that you like the honesty, Judy. Excuse me.
Oh, I
Yes,
love
here's the
honesty.
thing. Here's the thing, Judy. Do you have problems with your upper digestion, the digestion? Because he took me to that. Took me to my GI tract, my stomach.
Oh, I was going to say, could it be my breast cancer? That's what I'm worried about. Did you think GI?
No, he went like this. He went thumbs down. No, GI, stomach,
Okay.
indigestion, stomach problems.
Yeah, sometimes I have.
Judy, do you have a lumpectomy coming up? Goes like that. I see a small thing.
Yeah, I feel a lump,
Yes,
and I don't know if that's scar tissue or if that's breast cancer.
Go get it looked at because I feel like they're going to want to just take it as a precaution, okay?
Okay.
It's quick fix, is what he just said. Quick fix.
Quick fix. Okay.
All right, Judy, thank you so much for connecting with me tonight. We have a few seconds left, and thank you for listening to this gentleman who used to pop in and visit with you. And again, please know he's really grateful for all the time you took spending that time with him.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another installment of Insights with Solaris, where I am your host, Jennifer, a tarot reader for over 10 years, and I have over a dozen different certifications from Reiki Mastery, from sound healing, and lift therapy. So I do a little bit of everything, but at the end of the day, I simply say I'm a channel of spirit, and I bring messages for those who find me. So if you found me this week, you'll know I was a little bit under the weather last week. So it's great to have everyone here today. And I like to start out with a message for the week. And this is for the collective and just sort of things to kind of understand over the next 7 days. So whenever you are watching or listening to this for the following 7 days. And it seems like a lot of us in the collective are really struggling with a particular situation. And because this is a collective reading, the situations is going to change from person to person. And maybe one of you may be having some difficulties about what's coming towards the future. Maybe you're missing a loved one that has passed. Or it could be just you're worried about the next payment on your car. Whatever the situation, there is a sense of worry coming forward. And it's something that's been going on for a little while. So while there may have been some upset this week or some new information that came in during the week, it's not something that should be sudden. It's something that was gradually building to this, like, okay, here's more information. And now what am I going to do next? So if you're kind of in this waiting period where we don't know exactly what's going to happen next, or if you are missing a loved one and you're waiting for advice, whether it's from the universe or a coworker, whatever is happening, it is about surrender over the next 7 days. You can't control the situation that you're currently in, and that is okay because you're not meant to control it. All of you in our situations where you have unknowns, just know that love is always surrounding you. And when you have love in your heart, despite what any outcome comes through, that you are going to have a positive growing method or chance to grow positively. So just know, surrender. You can't control it, but know that it is coming. It is falling into place. It's just going to be a little bit more upsetting for the next 7 days. But you are protected by the universe. Things are going to be going into your favor. It just won't happen exactly as you want it or how you want it, but it will turn out okay. So we're going to jump into our caller today. So we have Jessica from Utah. Hello, Jessica.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing really good. How are you tonight?
Doing well.
Awesome, awesome. So what type of questions do you have for me?
Honestly, I'm kind of just open and want to know about my job a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, absolutely.
I don't know.
We can start out general, and if you hear something that like, oh, I need to have more information about that, just stop me and we can reroute and we can get you that information that we need, okay?
Yeah, I kind of like to just go with the flow. That'd be cool.
Fantastic. Okay, so I am stepping into your energy. I do see like there is kind of a younger energy around you currently. I actually feel like you may be stepping in and people may see you as like the younger person, whether that is in age or in experience. There is a type of this energy that where people are perceiving you as logical, honest, but impulsive a little bit, curious, perhaps having a little, not having tact. You could present information kind of bluntly, but while there may be this inexperience or perceived inexperience, you are still very logical and you still know how to move forward quite quickly, which is tends to be pretty good in any work situation. So I am going to tell you that as we are going through, I can feel restriction in their throat. And what I'm feeling from spirit is that there may be some things said while channeling that may not necessarily sit very well with you. You may resist them at first. So all I ask as we're going in, and as this channeling is coming forward, because this is going to be more of a channel message rather than me reading cards at this moment, just keep an open heart and an open mind. It may not make sense right now, but it will fall into place in the future. And so as stepping into more of your workplace, I do see more of a male figure that may be more like emotionally involved. So it will be a manager type figure, particularly people who like to be around him, children, especially younger people, compassionate. It seems like this manager figure, this authority figure is planning on taking a rest or vacation, possibly even starting to think of retirement very soon. Right? So they're kind of taking a step back, and you may have been watching this manager figure, this authority figure, and you're kind of seeing what's going on behind the scenes because you are really good at reading other people. You have a good sense of what's going on. And you have a good sense of what's about to happen in your workplace. So have you been feeling about a shift coming in your workplace? Have you been wondering about that?
They like sold our building that I work at, and I'm kind of the only person that has to be like in the building to do my job. So yeah, like the guy, I don't know what his plan is, and I feel like he's been kind of distant from me and not really like the owner of the company. We've been close, but I haven't talked to him much in recent days since this has all been going down.
Yeah, so as I'm seeing here, there is going to be some shifts in management. So you already have that ownership, but a lot of personnel movement who are going to be released. I am seeing encourage retirement. So retirement that's not necessarily enforced, but offer. So I do see that in your authority figures that you have previously worked with, right? There are going to be some releases. I don't really see that with you, which is good. It does seem like you have new opportunities come your way. So things will be shifting as far as what you do. You may be asked to start something a little bit different. So while you may be in this position where, okay, you use your honesty, you use your quick thinking and your logic to move forward, it seems like you may be kind of pushed into a situation or a position that requires you to kind of slow down and deal more with finances. So keep an open mind to that. It does seem like you will be offered to learn something new, though. So it may not be a completely new position, but you will at least have a new aspect to your job. There is going to be
that's the thing is the boss that I have, she's a female, and I really don't care for her, and I'm actually wanting to leave. I'm hoping that they let me go. Because they have worked me, I've lost everything that I ever had for that company. You know what I mean? Like I used to give it my all, and now I really just don't even care anymore.
Okay. So let's dig into that a little bit more because I don't see them wanting to let you go specifically. I see them wanting to push you into a different position, but not letting you go. But stepping into that and what you've told me, okay, so the worst of whatever has happened, the shift, okay, it's over. But for you specifically, there is a period of recovery that's needed. So there seems to be a number of things that have been happening on within your life, not just in your career life, but in your personal life as well, that has kind of left you more guarded, more cautious. I mean, you said you don't have anything left for that company, and that's kind of like, okay, like I've given all my emotions out, and now I'm kind of broken of how much I care, like zero. I can't say that on air, but no cares given.
Yes.
So I see that. So I see that you, regardless of whether you're like, okay, I'm just going to stay in this new role just for a little bit while I rest, because you need a resting period before you go forward and find something different. Because if you say, okay, I'm stepping out of this position completely without resting, you're going to find yourself with a lot of fear surrounding money and uncertain employment. So if you're in a position where you're unable to have a gap between jobs, you need to have that income on a weekly, by however you get paid, but a paycheck to paycheck. Stay in the position that you are in until you are able to recover.
See, and I hate to say all this, but if they lay me off, then they've told me that they would give me a 9-month severance. So I've been praying to get laid off so that I could stay at home and be a stay-at-home mom and just kind of figure out what I'm going to do before I go back out into that world. That's kind of just been my plan.
Okay, let's see how this is going. Because again, I am seeing not the layoff, but a new position being offered. And I see that, like, yeah, the contract is there. You see it there. Skilled work is, but yeah, your heart is coming in of that mother energy, that goddess energy, that you do excel when you are able to express your being through wisdom, nature, and just your life force. So however you that express it, and often as women, we do express ourselves and our vitality through motherhood and things that we create. So Spirit, can you give me more messages on steps for Jessica on severance pay? Yeah, again, I'm seeing that anxiety, but I am not seeing them wanting to let you go at this moment. That it's really like, okay, we see this person, we think they may be a good fit for this new position, new faith and opportunities, and unexpected opportunities. So what if, Jessica, let's see, if we choose to ask for that severance rather than anything else? Okay, if she stays. Okay, if she looks for a new position. So as we're going through these different options, and I'm going to try to get as much information as possible in the time we have left. If you keep pushing, whether it's energetically or setting the tone or just saying like, okay, in this position, it's not going to work for me. I don't want to do this new role that you're asking me to do. Can we talk about that severance? It does seem a new relationship in a phase is going to be unfolding, but you need to use your own intuition on this, because your intuitive abilities, how you read people, is going to give you more insight on if that is appropriate and how to continue that conversation. So it's up in the air because that currently they want to keep you. So if you want to push for that severance, please use your intuition in who and how you approach others. Okay, so if you stay, it does seem like you're going to have new commitments, but it's very good to honor those commitments. Okay, it's going to be slow moving, but it's stable if you stay until you kind of rest and regather yourself. And finally, if you choose to quit that job and just go ahead and start a new job, it will be a renewal. It will be something completely new, a new direction, and you will feel more, what's that word? More comfort in your home life as well. So we have these options here. Think about them. Allow yourself to rest before you make any real decisions, okay?
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, my cherished ducklings. That's me winking at you. Hello. I don't know why. As I sit here in my home studio, waiting for your call, staring at my phone like a lovesick teenager, waiting for you to call. I'm just realized I've got a tiger's butt in front of me. I got so used to doing my show in front of the fireplace all winter. I got lazy and just put a scarf up. And so tell me in the comments below if you would like to have me try an actual kind of grown-up looking backdrop. I think I can do that. Or if you like the authenticity of my being so psychic, I can barely cross my own kitchen without tripping over dust mote. Anyway, I'm Perry Lyons, and you're you, which is the best possible thing you could be. And I'm really happy you're here. I went to New York this past weekend. I missed you. I waved. Did you see me? I went to New York City. I've been staying in Maryland for the summer. And what did I do? I went to see the Habibi Kings play, and they had a belly dancer named Sierra, who's amazing. And now all I want to do is belly dance. And I learned how to play golf. I stayed with my friend, you know her name, Elizabeth Grace, Elizabeth with an S. She's the best astrologer there is. And I'm not just saying that because she taught me to golf. I lost my golfing virginity. Anyway, I was thinking of you the whole time, though. Did you feel it? So the moon's in Capricorn today, and that makes us feel, despite the evidence here, that makes us feel a little more organized, a little more practical. The moon is going to go into Aquarius tomorrow. And that's going to be a big full moon. And it's going to be, hi, Denise in Memphis. Oh, I love Tennessee. I'm coming to live with you, Denise.
Okay, come on.
I can, if you have a fold-out couch, that's fine for me. I'm just gonna keep blathering for about 4 minutes. I'm gonna do the psychic tarot weather. So while I'm doing that, what I want you to do is, and if you watch the show every week, you can say this with me. I want you to do vagus nerve breathing. VAGUS, which regulates the central nervous system. Here's how we do it. Ready? Oh, Denise, I'm just so glad you're here. I really am. Okay, so you go like this. And then you breathe what's on top of that. And then you breathe out in a really undignified manner. Doesn't have to be quite that whoopee cushion. So you breathe in really deeply, breathe out one more time on top, breathe in really deeply, breathe in one more time on top of that, and breathe out like you're blowing out a birthday candle. Do that while you're thinking of your question, and I'll be back in 3.5 minutes. And that's the vagus nerve, which regulates your central nervous system, as opposed to the vagus nerve, VAGAS, which is a nerve which, when stimulated, you wake up in a hotel room in a Nevada city surrounded by 10 unconscious sex workers, 3,500 empty bottles of liquor, and wondering where the last decade went. But enough about my private life. Anyway, hi, I'm so glad you're here. I know it's silly, but I just love that joke. I'm so glad you liked it. Okay, so I'm going to look down and show you probably my roots. Actually, I don't have any roots. I'm blonde. What am I talking about? And I'm going to pick 3 cards at random. I do not pick them beforehand, which I probably should. And these 3 cards are the psychic tarot weather, which is just like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. So The first card is for the beginning of the week. The second, that's now. Second card is like the weekend, middle of the week. Third card goes on till next Wednesday, and the whole thing starts again. An endless cycle. Sorry, a little moment of existential angst for you all. Okay, so the first card, was interesting. Huh. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'm just going to look at the cards and say, oh, cool. Anyway, kidding. So the first card is a very shiny card. It's the Page of Pentacles. Page of Pentacles, isn't that a pretty card? I love these. I have like 5 million tarot cards all in one big cardboard box. I know you're supposed to keep them in silk under your pillow, but if I did that, I would be so like, my pillow would be 7 feet tall. Anyway, this is the Page of Pentacles. And what this means for you is that, I'm sorry, I'm getting hypnotized. This thing is so shiny. Woo, you will send me all your money. You will fix me up with your attractive older brother who's a millionaire. Okay, sorry, I'm done. Page of Pentacles is, it's often somebody bringing, I hate to sound like a fortune teller here, but it's somebody bringing good news, usually about money. So it looks to me like that's the first vibe I get off it. It can also mean a kid or somebody under 18. They all look the same to me. They're all people under 30. They all look like they're 10. But I'm not bitter. No, why do you ask? Okay, sorry, I'll calm down. There. So Page of Pentacles is usually, it can be a child around you who's a Virgo, a Taurus, or a Capricorn. And that might be, but I don't think that's it this time. I really just think this is flat out, you're getting good news about money. I know that sounds kind of trite, but you know what? It's the truth. So the Three of Cups, I love. The Three of Cups is, can you see that? Different deck, a little paler. Okay. Well, it's 3 ladies drinking out of golden cups and looking happy. So this often means it can mean a birth, a circle, or you, but I can't see you, so I can't really tell. But I can see with my heart's eye. I'm stone cold sober. I don't know why I'm being so silly. Okay, focusing. The Three of Cups is people celebrating. It can often mean an engagement. It can sometimes mean a reconciliation of some kind. Mercury retrograde often brings people from our past, usually love interests, back into our lives, for better or for worse. In this case, it feels like it means either birth or an engagement announcement in your immediate circle. It's something to celebrate. So let me know what that is, because I'm really curious. I always like it when people get in touch with me at Perry Lyons on Facebook and tell me how accurate this was for their week. In fact, I love it. And so the last card is the Fool card. The Fool card does not mean you're a fool. The Fool card is the poor dope that everything in the tarot happens to. He's the 0 card. So he goes through all 72 cards. Oh, I should know that. And all the other cards happen to him. When you get this card, it usually means that you've made some sort of decision to start a new journey, whether literally, like you're moving or you're about to take a trip, or not literally. You're decided to get sober or quit smoking, or I don't know, go back to school, or take yourself seriously in some way that maybe you haven't done before. Or not recently. I always think of it as a very positive card. It always means you're about to start something new and exciting. It's a step up in your frequency, and it's a step up in your life. So 3 cards, and I've already forgotten what they were. What were they? Oh, Page of Pentacles. So that's a message of some kind of good news or something about money. So watch your email and your texts, and you can even answer your phone occasionally. And then you can tell me what it's like. I don't think I've answered my phone since 1995. Anyway, there we are. The next, so to sum it all up, you're going to get some good news about money. Somebody in your vicinity is going to be celebrating something. And what was the last card again? God, the Fool card. You're starting a whole new journey, and you are. So let me know. And Denise, you must have breathed yourself into utter relaxation. Are you still with me, my darling?
Oh, yeah, I was just listening because you're right about everything.
Thank you. Well, I have to be good at something.
So I
Really?
can feel all of, I can feel all of what you're saying because I've been feeling that. And I've had other people to say the same thing about there's no money coming. And I'm like, really? And so I've actually been, and I think, and you can correct me when you said, you know, there's going to be some good news. I've been praying for reconciliation.
Yes.
Because how my divorce ended, it didn't end right. A lady came in who he was friends with, and they got together. So I know for a fact that didn't work out because that's just not the right thing, right?
Nope.
And so I'm feeling like he's coming back.
I'm going to ask you first. I like you. I'm so glad you called. You're neat.
Thank you.
No, it's just true. You're welcome. Okay, so I like to connect people through their birthdays. So when is your birthday, my dear?
Well, you actually mentioned too a Virgo. I'm a Virgo, September 8th.
Oh, I love Virgos. Most misunderstood sign. I say this in almost every show. Virgos really misunderstood. People think that being a Virgo is about being prissy and bossy and fussy and other things that end in C. I can't think of any. But Virgos are not that. Virgos are all about purity.
We're not.
You're very idealistic.
We are so misunderstood, right?
Yeah, yeah, and just
some people say you're like this, and that. I'm like, well, no, that's not me.
No, it's not you. You're not bossy. I'm sorry, my shoulders look uneven. I'm starting to worry about that. What's going on here? Okay, I'm better. Virgos are about, like, first of all, almost every Virgo I've ever met is really ethical. Like, you guys just want to be good. That's how you're built, and I can just tell you. Yeah, you do.
We want
and
people to like us.
You want to take the higher self you feel, and bring it into everyday life. You want to put ethical and pure ideals into practice. And you tell the truth, which doesn't always make you popular. But you're actually pretty tactful. I think you got some planets in Libra. Okay. Can you tell me you and your ex-husband, I never say this, but I'm going to say it to you. You and your ex-husband are probably going to get back together because as
I've heard this before.
As a boyfriend of mine, just a boyfriend, not a husband. I had a husband and he was fine, but a boyfriend of mine said after he left me for somebody else and then tried to come back, and I'm like, but she was a Playboy playmate. And he's like, you know what? Doesn't matter how hot a girl is, somewhere there's somebody who's sick of her stuff. So what he found out about her was she was flashy and pushy. She was also crazy.
She was.
So, bonkers. That girl is bonkers.
Bonkers.
So
I've heard that before, so I know you're right.
Yeah, and you're not. You're anti-bonkers, which.
Oh, I am. I'm so easy going. You know, right? I'm like, I got patience. I've been a school teacher for years, and I'm a patient.
I was seeing a lot of kids around you. I'm glad you said that. I mean, it's easy to make a prediction now that you've said it, but I was seeing kids around you, and you have kids of your own. Do you have two? Or three?
I have two. Wow. I do have two.
Yeah. And I like
and then the other ones are right. My kids at school, because they go through so much with their home life, so I take them in, I do stuff for them, so that's amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Teachers are heroes, especially now. I think that teachers and NFL quarterbacks should have their salaries switched. NFL quarterbacks, God bless them, they should make, whatever. And teachers should make, I don't know, 15 mil a year. That works for me. My mom was a teacher, so mad respect.
Wow.
Yeah. You are also, I don't think you're moving anytime soon, but you're also going to get some good news about money. I mean, don't go out and buy like a mink sports car or anything tomorrow. Wait until you get the money, but it feels like it's coming from property of some kind. And sometimes on my show, I tell people to go to their government, like state.gov. So you can go to Tennessee.gov, G-O-V, and look for unclaimed funds. and type your name in and your parents' names in, and because I did that.
Will.
Yeah, do that because I did that in New York. I got 16 grand. I mean, A, don't tell the IRS, and B, it was 12 years ago.
Okay.
But I have a feeling something like that. And I never tell people to play the lottery, but I'm going to say on August 8th, I would maybe buy a couple of, buy a couple of tickets.
Oh my God.
Don't-
You
got
are
that
amazing.
too, right?
If I put it on my calendar.
You're kidding me,
I wish
really?
I could send it. I promise. I'm never into the lotteries at all. I put it on my calendar to play the lottery.
Oh,
Yes, that particular. I didn't say that day. I said that week.
Yeah, I would do it. I honestly, I
Oh, my
never
God.
played the lottery. I bought a ticket. I have no idea why.
Oh,
Now,
my
August 8th
God.
is called the Lions Gate Portal. It's supposed to be a very powerful day. So if you want to write down, it can't hurt. Write down what your desires are. Write them down, and then read them to yourself. Then read them out loud, and take a couple of deep breaths, and then feel what it'll feel like when that happens. Just suspend disbelief. You can be like me in a horror movie. I suspend disbelief, which is why I pass out in horror movies all the time. But for you, I would do that like once an hour for a little while. And for the next couple of days, because I don't know, it just feels like a really lucky time for you. It really does.
Oh my God.
And if you listen to the show every week, a lot of times I will say, nope, you and him not getting back together. Tell him to
I do
pedal
hear you
his.
say that, right?
Yeah.
So if you don't feel it, you won't say it. I know that about you.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, if ADHD was people, I'd be China. So I don't have the attention span to lie. So the other thing is, it looks like you've been at your school for a while. You've been teaching for a while now, and you.
I have. Yeah.
And you've been paying for stuff out of your own pocket, which is one reason I think the universe. Yeah, no, you are so good to those kids. You make them feel seen. You teach them to read in a way that sticks with them. You sometimes will teach them like a little poetry. You are a born teacher. It's like a smell on people. My mother had it. I've met a couple of other people who have it's like a fragrance. I can always kind of you're doing what you're supposed to do in this life. Now, what's going to happen is it looks like there's an assistant principal job opening up soon. Maybe not in the next 3 months, but it looks like in the next 9 months to a year. What I would start doing is logging everything you do. So when it's time for your job review,
I want it.
Yeah. I think you're going to keep going up the ladder. I know you're thinking about changing schools, and that's up to you. I don't tell people what to do. I just tell people what I see. And I have a tiger butt behind me to prove it.
I really like what you're saying. I want that assistant principal position. And I didn't even tell you that, but I want it.
Yes, you're supposed to have it.
Oh, my
So what I'm going to say, keep your nose clean, what you do. I mean, you're there early, you leave late, the kids love you. I'm not seeing a problem here.
Oh my God.
The only thing I wouldn't do, I'm going to give you some advice because I also think you're very attractive. Thank you. I am trained in remote viewing. I can see people, and you're a big cutie pie. And I hate to say this about my fellow women, but sometimes they get jealous. So
I know. I feel it. I do.
Yeah, and you've hit a lot of that because that's not how you think. Yeah. If you see a beautiful woman, you're like, good for you, rock on, looking gorgeous.
How do you know? Yes, I always compliment.
I just feel you. I just really, I feel you, and I just really like you.
Oh my God!
And you don't see jealousy in others because it's not a color you have in your soul. It's like
no, I don't.
No. But what I want you to do, and I need you to listen to this, is my darling girl. I don't want you to talk about your personal life at work. Very little. Okay. Got that? And what I want you to do is in 9 months, when I think you'll have the assistant principal job, or before that, I just want you to contact me on Facebook and let me know how you're doing because I just think you're awesome.
Okay. I would love to do that.
And if you decide to have another kid, my first name, Perry, it works for a boy or a girl. I'm just saying.
Okay.
And I love your kid. You've done a beautiful job with your kids. They're
Thank
good
you.
people, and they're not going to get into trouble. They're not interested in doing drugs. They're going to get ahead in the
No?
world. Congratulations.
Thank
Nice
you so
work.
much.
All right, my love.
Thank
Let me know how you are. Okay, keep in touch. Perry, Peri, Lyons. I'm on Facebook. Go to my personal page. Let me know. Okay.
Okay, I'm about to look
Okay.
for it now. Okay.
All right, baby. All right. See you soon. Oh, we have somebody from Charlottesville, Virginia. That's where my parents met on a blind date. They were both New Yorkers, and they met in a blind date in Charlottesville. And tell me your first name, because my producer flashed it so fast that I didn't see it. Hi.
Hi,
Cynthia.
I'm Cynthia.
Oh, I love that. That's a really noble ancient name. I mean, you're young, obviously, but that's a really noble name. That's like a name from ancient Greek royalty. Cynthia.
That's right. She's the
Yeah.
she's the Greek goddess of the moon.
Yes. Perfect. And you're calling right before the full moon. So, I like you already.
Yeah.
I'm getting great people today. I'm so happy about it. So I like to connect to people through their birthdays. When is your birthday?
It's September the 27th.
Oh, I love that. I've got so many good friends with that day. Libra women.
Yeah.
Never ask a Libra woman what she actually thinks of your outfit, because she will tell you.
Uh-huh.
And there's one of my friends, she's an up and coming, you've got to get her album, up and coming country star named Lola Kirk. Oh, my phone is acting funny. Lola Kirk, Kirke, has the same birthday.
Okay, I've written
And I
it
think
down.
yeah,
Oh,
you got to
cool.
get her. Her album is awesome. So good. She's
Yeah,
one
I'll
of
check
us.
her
who makes
out
us-
for sure.
Yeah. So, baby love, how can I help
Thank
you?
you.
You have a question on the top of your head that I can see. Yeah.
I don't have a, well, this is the first time I've ever had a reading. So
Oh,
I don't
welcome.
have a specific question per se. I'm just curious, and I'm open-minded about the process, and just curious what you may or may not pick up on.
Well, this seems to be my day for getting good people, because you also are somebody, you're just ethical. You're a nice gal. I wish you lived closer. I'd take you for a non-alcoholic. And this seems to be, and starting August 8th, which is, again, it's called the Lionsgate Portal. What I'd like you to do is write down what you'd like for the next year, and then read it out loud, and then feel how that feels. Do it like a couple times a day, because it just feels like this is going to be a good year. I mean, coming up for you. I'm not
I'll
sure what
take
you
it.
do. Yeah, right. Hold on. I'm trying to get what you do for. Now, I'm not quite sure if you're if you're single or in a long-term relationship, because they tend to register kind of the same way to me. I think are you married? I'm sorry. I shouldn't ask.
I am
You are.
married.
Okay, that's
It's okay.
right.
I am.
That's what I was getting. You'd be surprised how often I get a no to that. You
Well,
guys
they
went
might
through
be
some-
the smart ones. I don't know.
Yeah, I would. He's a keeper, or she, or they, whatever. But I think it's a boy.
It's a he,
It's a
and
boy.
he is a keeper. Yeah.
Yeah, he is. And you guys, I think you went through some heavy weather fairly early on. Like you, a lot of like stuff around you and a lot of difficult situations. And then the sun came up, and I think things are pretty good. I think he has some
They're
employment.
definitely.
Yeah,
Go
improving.
ahead.
Did he have some
Yes,
employment
exactly.
issues that are now much better?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna say yes. I'm trying to get what you do. You're such a pleasant personality, but I also think you're organized.
Thank
What's
you.
that like?
You think I'm
well,
organized? That's awesome.
Well, I think you're good. Here's what I think you're good at managing people without letting people know you're managing them. How's that? So
that could be. I might agree with that.
busted, and busted in the best way. That's a great talent to have. But you're not manipulative. You're just you have an instinctual feel. If you and I were to walk into a room together, which I hope we do someday, you could tell me like sort of what the different social situations of each person kind of, I don't know how to describe it, but you kind of get people. You're very intuitive. But you're also kind.
That's on track.
Yeah. Wait, I usually get kids right. I don't know why. I think possibly because you're actually pretty psychic, girl. Sometimes I have a hard time reading psychics. You have 3 kids?
I do have 3 kids.
Okay. Phew. That's what I was getting. Like, so, I don't know. And I think you're a little more, you sound very young, but I think you're probably old enough to have at least 1 teenager. Is that right?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah. Well, maybe 2 teenagers and an actual grown up.
You're pretty on point. Yeah.
Yeah. Interestingly, it's the oldest one who's pulling focus for me a bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Is it a girl? Is she?
That's
she a girl?
tracking. That's.
Yeah.
Oh no, not a girl.
Oh, okay. Well, I like him. Is he very sensitive and very?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think he was born in the wrong century. He'd be great in like the 1800s. He'd be like a romantic poet, and that would be fabulous.
Oh yeah.
But I don't think he's figured out how the world works yet, or how he fits into it. He's going to. Don't worry too much about him.
Thank you. Thank you
And
for
I
saying
know-
that.
Oh, I mean it too. I know that some other alcohol or addiction might be in the genes somewhere in the background there. I mean, who doesn't have that in their family somewhere? Yeah.
Yeah, but that sort of side, that felt like you just sort of sideswiped me when you said that, because it just was, it's so on point.
Yeah.
As to one of the reasons that I wanted to have a reading, and it's very related to that. So like, I don't know why it surprised me so much that you just said that. But
well,
yeah,
let me get into detail.
Very big thing.
Yeah, and he is going to be okay, but I'm going to say, we got 2 minutes, so I'm going to talk really fast.
It's not my
Luckily,
son.
I'm a
It's
New
not
Yorker.
my son.
My father, he's not your son? You said?
No, it's not my son who has that issue, that
okay.
issue pertains to.
No, he's sensitive. It's your middle child who's having that. Well, I can't tell what's the middle of the. It's it's only one of the 3. What I'm going to say is, my dad was a doctor for like 60 years. He was Doogie Howser. My dad, he was amazing. And before he passed, I said, tell me 3 things that you've learned in like 60 years of seeing 20 patients a day. And he said, 1, on the whole, people don't change. Who they are is who they are. They can change. They can get better, but on the whole, people don't change.
Right.
Kind of good advice. The second thing is 20 to 30 minutes of cardio 4 times a week is really good for depression.
Yeah.
The third thing was, no alcoholic or addict ever gets better without going to AA or Narcanon. Nobody wants to. Yep. They've got great online meetings. If you go to AA Fellowship online, you can find an online meeting. People you'll maybe never see again, or maybe people who'll be your darling's best friend. But this person needs structure.
Right.
This child is a little neurodivergent, which is great.
You just cut out for me.
A little neurodivergent.
Sorry.
So ADHD, something like that, and they need structure. And they're going to be fine. That's what I want to tell you. That's why you called. I've got 30 seconds, but I want to tell you, please let me know how you are. Also, if you contact me privately on Perry Lyons, I'll send you any recovery resources you want or need, because it's something, let's say, I know a little about.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Love Doctor Show with Deborah Lee. Deborah Lee, live from PsychicLoveDoctor.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Love Doctor Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Well, hello there, Psychic Radio family. It's Deborah Lee, and I'm joined by my co-host Jimbo, and we are very happy to be here with you.
We are indeed.
Yes, indeed. So I want to remind everyone, as we begin, that I use an ordinary deck of playing cards for this particular method that my grandmother taught me. Well, we're talking over 30 years ago. Now, the thing that makes this method so incredibly dynamic and life-changing is that we're able to consider all the options that we have. If the cards are taking us on a path toward the future that are showing less than happy results, unhappy work situation, unsatisfying relationships, that sort of thing, the lacking fulfillment, all the sort of necessary aspects to a truly rewarding and love-filled life. So we're going to look at love, success, happiness, and whatever your heart's desire happens to be. Now, before we get started, Jim, you have a little bit of...
I do indeed. I want to welcome everybody. And I want to remind you this show is for informational and educational purposes only.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. So indeed, welcome, folks. We want to let you know that we're going to give you live international shout outs. We would love doing that if you're international. To us, of course, everything's relative. You know, we're here in the East Coast of the United States. But if you folks are international, we're going to let it be known, and it's going to be awesome.
Now, we have started our own little psychic soup segment. A lot of there.
Hey, you nothing wrong with that?
Oh, we all know what the big event has been recently. Oh, yes. Taylor Swift and her man, Travis Kelce. Big engagement. Ring that would choke a horse. And anyway, I think we were all expecting this, but I found it so enticing that I literally had to lay off the cards and conduct a reading on their upcoming nuptials and kind of what lies ahead.
Did they actually discuss a date or did they not?
I don't think they have set a date.
Yeah, and they probably have, but haven't. You know, they don't like to tell things, right? Or maybe they didn't. We don't know. The chick just tours 24/7.
His father is the one that's been spilling the beans.
I heard about that.
Yeah, on all the internet, juicy websites.
But he didn't say anything until it was okay. Until after they said something.
So both of them are 35, about 2 months apart in age. And I thought, what do the cards hold? Well, I want to tell you that my perception of Taylor Swift is that she's pretty gaga over Travis. I mean, they have a connection and there is a chemistry that I think has her dropping to her knees, so to speak.
Yeah, it's definitely so to speak. But anyway, go ahead.
And what the future holds for our darlings is that Taylor's going to do her best to go into this. She has been engaged before, as we remember, but this one is her Prince Charming. This is the one that she wants most decidedly to last, to be the one that takes her, to her happily ever after. Now, on Travis's side, I'm seeing some fluctuations there, some aspects that, well, let's put it this way. I think he's going to make some blunders in this marriage in terms of what he can and should not do.
So you're definitely saying that they're going to make it to the marriage part.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I feel that
All right.
will, and it's going to be not too distant.
Okay.
But there is a wedding coming.
It's got to be after football season.
The trouble is, this man has been kind of a ladies' man. And we all know that his ex there, she's gorgeous. His ex put out what they're calling a very cryptic message concerning happiness that you can buy at 7-Eleven and joy that you have to work hard to earn. I think she has a personal message involved in all of that. A subtext, you could say, that she thinks they're going to be splashy. They're going to be out there in the media, but I feel she believes it's not going to last.
You figure your average high profile marriage anyway, stars and whatever not. I bet it's over half fail anyway.
Well, it is.
So if you're a betting person, speaking of sports and stuff, probably got odds to say, yeah, they'll be divorced in less than 5 years. You can make a bet, I bet.
And I didn't look that far, but I did see that he is still, now don't get the wrong idea. I'm not saying he's cheating per se, but I did see that he is going to entertain relationships with past, present, and possibly future female partners.
Sure. Well, some people say you're not cheating if you don't get caught.
Oh, yeah, right. And you don't
typically those are cheaters. Imagine that say that, but go ahead.
And you don't have to tell the truth until you get caught. So, or be sorry, if you know what I mean.
Remorse. Yes.
So anyway, I thought that would be our psychic moment to know that there might be a little bit of glitch in, paradise.
Everybody loves soup, even psychic soup. So here we go.
Yep, there you go.
All right. Well, I believe we have a caller ready, Deb.
And I have the cards all warmed up.
Well, then let's go to Janine in Rutland, Vermont.
Oh, what did you say? We lost her?
Oh, sadness and remorse. We feel bad for Janine.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, it wasn't meant to be.
It was not meant to be, but she could come back. I don't know. We're not going to do cards on it because that would eat up too much time. So, yeah. Rutland, Vermont. I want to say I've been to Rutland.
Perhaps you have.
I want to say in my Navy days when I was in Groton, Connecticut, I think we made a trip up there just for no reason whatsoever, a bunch of us. Played pool and did a bunch of stuff up there. It must have been the nearest place in Vermont close to where you were in Connecticut. Just throwing it out there. It's not like that word Rutland, Vermont would jump out at me for no reason whatsoever. It's not like it's a past life experience. So.
Okay.
We're standing by.
Yes.
That's what we do, the voodoo that we do. So I meant to mention, I didn't want to interrupt you. He is what, 35? In the NFL world, that's like an elder. You get up and you get in the mid and upper 30s, you are like an old guy, like a grandpa, basically, in the athletic world in football, because his position, well, any position really, unless you're a punter or a kicker, the body gets beat to hell. And so it's like they say about a car, sometimes it's not the age, it's the miles. Well, they're thinking, depending on how the season goes, it really could be his last season with a marriage coming. And
she wants children.
And she's probably like, oh, it's cute that you're an NFL football player, but she's probably not looking for him to do that forever. Just like that chick did with Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Giselle, whatever her name was. What is that, Giselle? What is her name?
Bunchen.
Her last name?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is crazy stuff.
Well, and he left to Monahan. What was her first name? Monahan.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. who was Braggers at the time, if I'm.
Oh, you mean Brady did?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I think she was.
And, it's funny. There are times karma's going to come to call, and it won't always be pretty. And I think in that situation, where's Giselle now?
Yeah, well, yeah, I remember Steve Martin had a show that said comedy is not pretty. No, but there's there's all the Swifties, and then there's the Kelsey people that like him that, like I said, they're thinking he's kind of hinting he sure would like to have this be a great Super Bowl year, which means he'd like to retire. It's the last year of his contract, which doesn't mean anything. It just means that if he won the Super Bowl, it would be a guaranteed fact that he would retire and then just totally devote himself to Taylor. But that could be the beginning of the end.
Well, that's the thing, too. They have traveled, both of them.
Yep.
To opposite ends of.
Right now, their relationship was based on them being very busy and having interludes. If one of them was like to be totally with them, some people don't get that 24/7 togetherness very well, right?
Exactly. And also remember, she's a billionaire. And as a billionaire, I don't know that. And I would trust just any old guy. And he's not.
Oh, he's not any old guy. He's got enough money where he doesn't need to steal from her.
Well, he's definitely not.
Yeah, he's all right.
Billionaire.
He's all right. He's not a billionaire, but he's got lots of, and he can send
I bet that, what do they call it? That prenup? That it's at least this thick.
See, well, we may never know anything about such a thing.
No.
All right, we're going to move on. We got another caller.
Oh, good.
We're going international. We got Polly in Brisbane, Queensland, which is in Australia on the other side of the world. Welcome to our show.
Yes, good to have you with us. Hello.
Well, I'm grateful to be here. Hello.
So glad that you called in.
Indeed.
What brings you to the show this evening? Well, for us, it's evening. For you.
For you, what are you, about noon? Your afternoon now, is it there?
Oh, no, it's approaching. It's about 11:45 in the afternoon. So guessing you're about 9:45 in the morning, hey? At night, I mean.
Yes. It's quarter to, yes.
You nailed it. Well done, my dear. Well done.
So, I believe I've not given you a reading before. You're new to.
Yeah, interesting. That's interesting. Did you say Cleveland? Because I'm actually in Cleveland, Queensland, which is pretty funny because I'm from Michigan originally, and Cleveland, Ohio gets confused with Cleveland, Queensland often.
You're from Michigan originally? Is that what you said?
Sure am.
Holy guacamole! That is a big.
And I have to say,
isn't it?
Yeah, I was gonna say actually one of my best friends, Deborah Smith, is a psychic herself. I don't even know if she's been on your show, but I definitely will refer her because you guys would love her too.
Oh, thank you.
We love that. That is awesome. All right, this is your time now. What do you got?
Yes. So tell us a little bit. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say you kind of got a little bit of my message maybe, and you're going to do a reading, and I was so curious to see what you were going to find.
Well, this method actually it builds its foundation off of small details about your life.
It's not the gypsy crystal ball thing.
No, and the thing is, it's not tarot either. So if you have a specific question or two, that is it won't be so vague, because starting out with a brand new recipient, the cards can tend to be very.
So be very specific on your questions, and you can give a little pertinent information about the question.
Say a relationship.
Anything.
Your career.
Money, jobs.
Family.
Yep.
Okay, so you want me to provide some of that? Yeah. I work with my partner. He trained me in a technique, and I do body work. And we've actually developed a coaching program because I've studied neurolinguistic programming. And the coaching thing hasn't quite taken off like we thought it would. And there's a lot that I'm holding back on in social media. For some reason, I seem to be a bit stunted in doing all my social media marketing and whatnot. So I've wanted to speak. I've wanted to present publicly, and I really feel pulled to get my podcast going. And I just feel like I'm on the edge of a cliff and won't jump. So
Okay.
it's kind of where I'm at the moment. So my specific question is, what the heck is holding me back? What is stopping me from actually taking all the steps and doing what I have to do to be, full in, both feet, 100% committed?
Believe it or not, that is not that uncommon of a question here.
Mhm.
We've had a lot of folks call in that are on the brink. They feel they're on the brink. They got all things lined up or not lined up and close, and they're like, why am I not taking the next step? They ask us this. They're worried that some spirit within themselves is holding them back for a reason. They're worried that it's their own self, that some people are just too self-critical. So yeah, it's a very good question. And the cards are going down, just to let you know.
We're down.
Going down.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what, these cards really do kind of zero right in on the core of various issues. For you, the first thing I noticed as I laid these cards out is that what you and your partner have developed is extremely cutting edge. This is not just ordinary blah, blah. You know what I mean? This is,
Yeah.
and it's a little bit ahead of its time. So what is holding you back is that your own intuitive sense is saying, maybe not put everything out there just yet. So the time is coming, and you're going to know precisely. You're going to jump out of bed one morning and say, now is the time.
Trust your gut.
Right. And I feel we're talking more in weeks and not necessarily months.
Which makes sense because she feels she's on the cliff, the edge of the cliff, the brink.
Right. And that's what's making you hesitate. You have this energized sense of holding back, but you may be interpreting it differently, like, say, fear, being not extroverted enough, or you're going to fail. There's all different sorts of, it won't be perfect enough if you're a perfectionist. That's not what I see. Of course, those of us that are on the cutting edge, and my method is, we're going to face detractors, haters, those out there that want to find ways to undermine what we're doing.
Probably any venture is going to be like that, anything. And all you can do is deal with it, right? You can't do anything to circumvent it.
No, except have enough faith in yourself.
Sure.
To realize people that take the time to actually sit down and post a comment, whether it's positive or negative, this is still advertising.
At times, yes, it is. And sometimes,
True.
And your average person, the average person only posts negative things. The people that are happy typically don't take the time. If you notice that with reviews.
But once
so it's very misleading.
Are you going to go global? That was a question I wanted to ask you. Was that part of this? You'll go.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. It's definitely our goal to go global, and it's really about shifting your vibration, shifting your paradigm, and understanding that so much of our pain, our trauma, and all of that is stuck in our nervous system. So, we have such an understanding of that. And I can totally understand you saying that maybe it's a little bit ahead of its time because we have so many people just now waking up, to understanding their body more, understanding things that they couldn't before.
You're exactly right. And the fact that the two of you come together as light workers, you both are sensing that the world is in extremely troubling times. And this work that you two are doing is going to be so healing. It's going to catch like wildfire. I saw clearly in your cards that you are going to zoom right to the top. So be ready for that kind of success.
And thank you very much, Holly. We appreciate you joining us.
And call again. I'd love to hear more.
Awesome. Yeah, we hope you keep listening, and we got to move on, unfortunately. Yes. But thank you so much for being patient with us. And now we're going to go back into our own continent. We're going to go to Kristen. It's in the Bronx.
in the Bronx.
The Bronx in New York, folks. Those that know where the Bronx is. Welcome.
Hello there, Kristen. How are you? I know.
Hello, how are you?
Very good.
I'm good.
We're glad to hear from you.
Yeah, what you got cooking?
Because we only have a few minutes left.
We only got a few, so hit us hard. Hit us. Kristen, hello.
Hello.
Yes, hello. I'm here. Hi, hello.
Yes, yeah, you got some questions, cards. Get it out there, please. Oh, I'm not trying to be mean, but
We don't have much for time.
yeah, we don't want to screw you over. We want to make sure you get your questions in and we answer them.
I don't know. I don't know how this works, so I thought maybe do the card or something.
Let me ask you real quickly.
Yeah,
Are you in a relationship and are you happy?
Yeah. What would you like to know? What's the most important thing you want to know about?
Yeah. Your work, your family, your partner.
I guess we could do a relationship. Yeah, I'm in a relationship.
Okay, you're in a relationship and you maybe want to see how that looks long term, or because that's
Yes,
what the cards.
please. That would be great. Thank you.
Well, while she's putting the cards on, you can give a little background information on the relationship. Has it been a long time? Been together a long time? Known each other? Some people know.
Yeah, we've been together for about 3 years.
Okay, that is.
In our day and age, that's doing
If you go beyond a year, then it's usually something real. Okay, that's. And is there any speed bumps, turmoil, or anything you're worried about?
Yeah, no, I'm in the beginning, he cheated, so I just want to know how things are now, maybe, because we are doing good, but there is some trust issues.
Trust issues, all right. And you know what? The perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, they see all. Go ahead, Deb.
I'm gonna just speak bottom line since we're almost up.
Yeah, we don't want to mince words.
I want you to know that he actually finds you really hot and he enjoys fantasizing about you, say with other women and other men. And I think they all kind of do this. And maybe women do it too. But I really feel that your relationship looks like that would be the only mistake. My sense is that he really learned from that. He feels incredibly guilty. And, sometimes it can take a very long time for the partner
trust.
that was cheated on, right?
Yep.
Trust is so easy to build and yet so hard once it's been
Some
broken.
people never get over it. So what do you see?
Yeah.
Well, it's going to say to you, wait, no.
I sorry.
Are you planning to have any children?
Not anytime soon, but maybe I would like one at one point.
There's a Yiddish proverb that goes, man plans and God laughs. And I am definitely seeing a baby coming here. And it's a gift. It's going to but Dr. Phil says children should not be born with a job. But this won't be a job. This will be the tie that binds. It's going to reawaken the two of you to the true commitment that you share. Now, if you don't want one right now, grandmother, who taught me this method, would say, best you keep your knees crossed and your mind on Jesus.
Bet statistically 75% of us people walking on this planet, and I'm probably lowballing it, are not planned. Being planned and unwanted are two different things. You can have a child that you didn't plan, doesn't mean it was unwanted pregnancy.
I do want to mention.
But go ahead, back to you.
I worry, or your mate worries, you're never going to forgive him. And I think it wouldn't hurt to stress that you're working on it, because there is healing coming here.
Plus, if you say you're working on it, you'll be a little more careful then too.
Well, I don't I see.
Just kidding.
Her partner's not going to do it again.
Good.
Not at all.
This good. Good.
Yep, a huge learning, defining experience. So
You did say it was early on in your relationship, yes?
Yes, it was.
Well, there you go, right?
Yeah.
It was before the first year, probably 6 months. What was it?
It was like in the first year, yeah.
Yeah, well, there you go, like Deb said, right?
This is not a serial cheater. I would tell you.
Awesome.
If it was, but it is not.
Plus, he probably would have continued to do it and got caught again, right? Probably if he was.
But
Yeah.
it
That's
really
awesome.
worries him that he's going to lose you, even still.
And sometimes a bad thing can lead to a better thing. Maybe he's going to be a better partner for it
Yes.
in the long run.
So I hope you call us again, hon.
Awesome. Yes.
We'd love to follow your story.
You don't sound like you're from the
Thank you
Bronx.
so much.
Sound like you're from the
Are you
Bronx.
a transplant to the Bronx?
Everybody says that.
Okay, well that's cool. Then I don't feel too stupid. But that's all.
No. Okay.
Yeah, well, she says. Well, thank you, Kristen.
Yes,
Thank you, live.
Well,
from the
thank you
Bronx.
so much.
Oh, absolutely. It was great meeting you all. All right, we got a few minutes.
We got a couple minutes, so you may speak.
We'd like to mention, it won't be long, I will have a complete free course in this method, which grandmother called personal prophecy. And it will be available on a new launching website out of Dubai. Totally free, no gimmicks, no tricks, just a way for people to get a taste of how you can pick this up. The way I see it is, if I can do it, you can do it. Intuitive perception is something we all possess. We just need to learn how to focus it.
All right, you've described it before, like when people have the feeling that somebody's watching, or,
Yes,
or the hair stands up on your back and neck, all that type. That's like intuition, is it not?
it is. Or you think of somebody and, oh my God, out of the blue, they call you or they send you a message. Intuitively, yeah, you can really get that much in touch.
Sure.
I'm also available on my website, psychiclovedoctor.com.
Truth.
Where if you would like to book a private session with me, I don't charge an arm and a leg. I don't believe just because you can, that's a good way to reach out and help people.
And you won't be on air.
No.
And I won't be there. It'll just be one-on-one.
Completely confidential.
Truth.
So where did the title come from? Final thing to tell you.
Yeah, real quick so you don't think it's weird.
AOL. And they discovered
America Online for you youngsters. Sorry, some people don't know what that means. America Online for the folks that are
They found me.
young.
I was giving free readings in a chat room, just kind of playing around, and they said, "We're looking for a psychic love doctor. Would you like to be it?" And I was like, "Oh my gosh, are you kidding? Of course I would."
And it worked, and that room was always full. They had rooms, they called the chat rooms, and they only had a certain capacity, and they had a higher capacity. Even that wouldn't be full.
Well, my only claim to fame there with AOL is that one time the chat room became so people were just attacking it.
Yeah.
It caused the mainframe to fall. And this was
Their system went, whoop.
It was a long time ago.
That was in the 90s. All right. 30 seconds. We got to go.
Well, remember the words of my grandmother. To dream is to believe. And once you believe, all things are possible. Take care, everybody. Let's catch you next hump day.
Michelle, indeed. See you next week.
Bye-bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Energy Intuition Transformation with Sue Williams. Live from holistic-health.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Energy Intuition Transformation
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome, beautiful souls. I'm Sue Williams, and this is another episode of Energy Intuition Transformation on the wonderful Moonstruck TV and A1R Psychic Radio. So thank you once again for joining me. I'm so glad you're here today, actually, because we're entering what I call the mirror portal. Now, it's not an ordinary mirror. It's the kind that doesn't reflect your face, but reflects your soul. And what's more, it uses the people around you to do it. Now, you may have noticed some people in our lives feel like blessings, and others, well, let's just say they challenge us to the core. But what if every single one of them is a mirror? Today, we'll explore how the universe uses other people to reflect back the soul lessons that we are ready to learn. We'll talk about projection, triggers, and transformation, and how you can stop reacting and start receiving that deeper message that you're supposed to hear. And we'll do a short guided meditation to tune into what one of your current mirror people might be trying to teach you, so that you can soften, release, and evolve. And that's what we're all in the process of doing. So let's begin with our Oracle card of the week. And I love drawing the Oracle cards. So this week, once again, I've drawn a card from one of my absolute favorite decks, the Clarifying Life Situations Oracle. I just love this deck. It's amazing. And the card that I have drawn this week is See What's Real in the Reversed Position. Probably can't see it, but I'll tell you what the message is. It's to observe with clarity. True insight lies beyond the surface. And what a perfect message for this week's theme, the mirror portal. When the card appears reversed, it's a gentle nudge from the universe, reminding us that we may be looking at people or situations through the fog of emotion, assumption, or projection. And this card is here to remind us to pause, breathe, and go just that little bit deeper. When we feel triggered or confused by others, we often react to what we think is happening instead of what truly is. So you have to ask yourself, are we reacting to an old story? Are we projecting our own doubts or wounds? Are we missing the soul lesson that's being offered to us? Now, this card, See What's Real in the Reverse Position, invites us to take off the metaphorical filters and look again with clear eyes and a calm heart, because that's when truth reveals itself. And let's carry this insight with us as we continue exploring how people show up as reflections of our soul path. The mirror isn't here to judge you. It's here to help you evolve. So the mirror portal, what does that mean? Let's begin with what this mirror portal really is. In spiritual psychology and metaphysics, it's said that every person you meet is either a reflection of your love or a call for it. Now, this doesn't mean that you deserve hurtful behavior, or that you're responsible for someone else's choices. But it does mean that your reactions and emotional responses can offer profound insight into your subconscious patterns. Maybe someone triggers you, that sharpness in your chest, that feeling of being dismissed or unseen. Or maybe you're drawn to someone magnetically without any logic, and they activate something joyful or maybe painful deep within. These people are mirrors. They show us what we admire but haven't claimed in ourselves, what we fear but what we haven't healed, what we judge because we once suppressed that, or what we're finally ready to embrace. In this way, the universe uses human connection as a divine teaching tool. You don't have to go seeking mirrors. They show up in your family, your workplace, your social feeds, your clients, your exes, and even your pets. So let's do a short meditation about the message in the mirror and tune in to this mirror wisdom. Now, as always, please don't listen to this meditation while driving or operating any machinery. If you need your full concentration at this time, please listen with your eyes open and return to experience this meditation with the replay. So, if you're safe, seated and comfortable, begin by closing your eyes if it's safe to do so, and take a moment to get comfortable. When you're ready, take a deep breath in, and as you exhale, gently soften your body and start to relax. Let the breath find its rhythm. No forcing, no pressure, just a wave in and a wave out. Now, imagine standing before a glowing mirror, but instead of your face, this mirror shows you a person. This might be someone currently in your life, someone from the past who still lingers in your energy field. Let whoever needs to appear just appear. Don't judge the choice, just notice who shows up. Now ask silently, what do you reflect back to me? What soul lesson are you offering me? Pause for a moment and listen. The message may come as a word, an emotion, or an image, maybe even just a memory. Now, from a place of higher self-awareness, simply say inward, thank you for showing me what I am ready to see. I am open to healing. I am ready to shift. Take one more deep, slow breath. Feel your heart soften, not because you agree with everything, but because you no longer wish to carry that emotional charge. And when you're ready, slowly wiggle your fingers and toes. Bring yourself back and open your eyes if they were closed and return to your full awareness. Now let's talk about mirror lessons and the 3 common reflections. They show up in people's lives quite often, and they may have shown up in yours. So let's just go through them and see if any of these lessons trigger something in you, bring something forward that you may have forgotten. And we're talking about triggers, and let's look at triggers as truth pointers. Someone maybe pushes your buttons and brings forth jealousy, impatience, guilt, or rage. But rather than spiral into anger, ask yourself, what part of me is being activated? And what does that part need? Triggers aren't weaknesses. They're GPS signals pointing towards unresolved stories. So you need to ask yourself what this is all about. Think deeply and let whatever comes forward come forward. Now, the second one is golden shadows. Sometimes what we admire in confidence are parts of us that we've suppressed or forgotten. So instead of putting someone on a pedestal, ask yourself, where does that live in me, just waiting to be claimed? Golden shadows are clues to your next soul expansion and soul contracts for growth. There are certain people whose presence forces evolution, even when it feels uncomfortable. Sometimes they're here to teach us boundaries, sometimes forgiveness, sometimes self-worth. So ask yourself, why did my soul call this dynamic into being? Even a painful connection can hold light if we review it with awareness and work out why it has come through to us. So some practical tips using the mirror portal in daily life. You don't need a special room or ceremony to use this concept. Here's how to make it part of your spiritual toolkit. When you feel judged, ask, what part of me still seeks external approval? Who are you looking to get that approval and why? When you feel unseen, as if you're just in the background, no one notices you, ask, am I expressing my truth clearly so people understand me? And when you feel inspired by someone, ask, how can I live into that vibration myself? Each emotional ripple can become a reflection point, turning life into a mirror maze of self-discovery. And remember, sometimes you are the mirror for others. Your growth will activate shifts in the people around you without you needing to say a word. So put your best self forward so that the mirror that they're looking into really inspires and encourages them. Now, the mirror portal isn't just about healing old wounds. It's about unlocking new levels of consciousness. Every relationship becomes sacred. Every encounter a clue. Every emotion an invitation to deepen into your truth. Now, if you'd like to contact me and perhaps talk more about these subjects that I bring up on these wonderful shows each week, just go to my website, holistic-health.au, and just click on the connect button so that you can email me and we can organise a chat. Now, I wish you a blessed week, and until next time, take care of your energy, keep your heart open, and remember, your soul is always speaking. But are you listening? I'll see you soon, so bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soul Seed, divine guidance and spiritual mediumship with Lisa Thurgate Marks. Lisa Thurgate Marks. Live from LisaThurgateMarks.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul Seed, divine guidance and spiritual mediumship
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
And how are we all today? Just like to say how much I really enjoyed the energy of the blood moon, and I hope everybody else did too. We are in eclipse season. It can be a little bit of a bumpy ride at the moment as we continue to clear out, whether we wanted to be clearing out of energy or it's just happening for us. It's about using this energy at the moment to really go with the flow and let dissipate what does need to be gone. And it's from inside of you and around you through your aura. And sometimes when we feel that we want to hang on to something, it's actually the conditioning, it's because it's safe. But today it's all about, and coming up through all this beautiful eclipse season up into the new moon, it's really about feeling and letting go. So many things we hold on to because they might be comfortable for us, but doesn't necessarily mean that they're good for us. And we've got to listen to the whispers of our soul. And sometimes you might think, okay, friends and family are saying, you're all right, you'll get through it, it's a tough time. But you know, deep down in your soul, your heart of hearts, that no, I've finished with this cycle. And that's what it's all about in this eclipse season. I'm coming through a Saturn return, as a few viewers maybe, and it's ending so that we can start again. So understand that this too shall pass. All the feelings that we're getting is actually coming up to be rid of so we can birth a new, birth yourself again. And we do continually evolve. I have a lovely reader. I have a lovely sitter coming through for reading. So welcome, Lisa. It's lovely to have you today.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm really well, thank you. And I too am feeling all the different feels that are coming through this season about letting go and cleansing my energy and really putting my vibrations out there to keep my spirits high and to continue to cleanse. And if I can cleanse, other people can too, because it's a ripple effect. How have you been feeling this energy, Lisa?
Low.
Did
I
you say
recently
slow?
had surgery, so I think that I said low. I've been feeling low. My energy is low.
And with surgery and with the energy, the way it's going at the moment, it's really clearing out and a lot of rest within this period. Because if you can rest, obviously, you know, within that negative space and that resting, you're going to be healing a lot quicker than if you were doing too much, because you're actually so much of a doer. And Spirit's coming through and showing me that you don't actually usually as a rule let up, do you? You're a little pocket rocket. You keep going. But this is about
right.
actually, yeah. And this is quite hard for you. But it's in that hardness that we actually get to witness sometimes who the real self is. And that's so much for you. It's a time of contemplation. And take this time, Lisa, to really sit in and hand on heart and just ask, show me, where do I go through from here? because it's all about change for you, and it's about moving forward and really letting go of these last 18, 19 years. They went 18 and then they actually went 19. And because you are, I suppose, rebirthing, you've got a second chance here to actually be a lot nicer to yourself. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
And would you like a general reading? Sorry, I'm just reading you and I haven't even asked. Sorry.
Yes, I would actually.
Yeah, because I'll just keep going then. I thought I'd better ask in case you do have a question. But this is about you actually treating yourself with the love and respect that you actually do deserve and putting yourself first. There's a lot of breakaway.
That I'm not used to.
I know you're not. And Spirit's really showing me, but there's a lot of breakaway. And sometimes when things break away, we tend to mourn them. But this is about a celebration that you've stepped forward. You're actually deciding to put yourself first. And right now, you might think, oh, I don't really think this is going to happen, but you will, because I can see it coming forward with you that you're actually starting and putting these steps in place now, because you're actually sitting and resting and questioning who you are. And I actually love that you are in this contemplation phase and that you can't run from yourself, because you manage to be able to keep very busy. And while you're keeping very busy, you're not really feeling all the feelings that are coming up for you. Does that resonate?
Yes, it does, very much so.
I keep coming around my tummy, and that's our life force energy, and our belly button, our life force energy. And we can draw in other people's energy, or we can radiate out our own. And they're telling me this is for you, and for everyone really, but it's actually about radiating the beauty that's within you now. And when people are coming through to you and you can feel their energy, it's just still pushing your life force energy out and making it beautiful, pushing it out with love, because the more that you can just push that energy out with love, the more that you're going to lift others up, and you're going to lift them up in a beautiful way that's more energetic, more than doing. Because lately, well, actually always, you're a go, 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 do. But lately, even before this operation, they're showing me you've had to slow down, and it's not something that you like to do. And my knee's sore. How is your knee? It's on my left side, so that when we feel soreness around our left knee, it's around who am I and who am I spiritually, and trusting my intuition. It's about where am I going forward in direction, and how am I listening to my intuition. How is your left knee, Lisa?
Well, it's sore, but I think it's more because I had left foot surgery.
Oh, okay, because you've had left foot surgery. I'm getting a sore knee. So our left foot too is about direction, but it's also about our soul's direction, our inner knowing, our wisdom. And so with our foot, when we walk, whether we're favouring one foot or the other, is to where we need to put our energy. So when my knee is sore, and the knee is all about direction, even though you've had the operation on your left foot, I do feel, Lisa, you still need to clear out and let go of a few ancestral and karmic patterns, as well as this lifetime, because it's still in your left knee. And that's on our spiritual side, our feminine side. Now, that's not to mean that you are going to get all this left knee pain if you do the work, but otherwise you might be just favouring your right and not really sitting in and asking yourself the questions like, how can I better myself to move forward easier? What can I let go? What can I let drop away that's going to make my life easier? What patterning am I doing that is holding me back? And asking these questions, even just writing them down or doing some drawing, because I can feel it into that left knee as well. Your left foot, and I'm coming onto your toe too, but I'm sending in lots of healing around you and to you, and just under that foot of yours, right into the sole of your foot. So I feel this is also a soul healing for you. Pardon the pun, but that's what I'm getting. Does that make sense?
Oh, yes, it does.
Is there any questions that you'd like to ask me around this?
No, I don't think so. I think that was pretty accurate.
Oh, thank you. You have what I would call beautiful, sparkly eyes. So your energy, as a rule, you lift people up beautifully, but I'd like you to bring that back in. And it's like when you're scooping up water, and it's like the emotions, bring it up and bring it into you, because your eyes, they just sparkle. They're magnificent. And that's something that's a really beautiful gesture. Like, when you look at someone, it's like your eyes sort of pierce into their soul and lift them up. It's something very beautiful and unique about you. I bet you people say, look at your eyes.
Yes, they do a lot.
Yeah, they do, because in my mind's eye, I can see them. And so that's very good validation for you, that what a heartfelt soul you are.
Well, I always like to see the best in people and make them feel the best.
Oh, and you do. Is there anyone related to Mary around you?
No, not a Mary.
No. Sounded like a mother, but then I got Mary. So there's someone coming through for you. I'm just going to send you so much love and healing. And know that you're on the most beautiful, healing, soulful path. The spiritual alchemy that's coming to you is magnificent. You will go on and continue to heal people. Put the spark back into them with the sparkle of your eyes. It's a beautiful gift you have, Lisa. I'm sending you so much love, sending everybody else love. Beautiful healing in this eclipse season. Sending so much love, Lisa. And you know where I am if you need a reading. Bye-bye for now, everybody, and blessed peace.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. Live from Facebook.com/group/JennaLees.crystal.shop.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Your Beautiful Life
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. I am Jenna Lee. Happy Wednesday. It is super exciting out here with all of the energy shifts. I know I talk about this every week, but it is going to be intense. So make sure you're drinking your water and resting a lot. So today, I really kind of want to cover a few things. In my younger years, I was a very negative person. It took me a long time to learn to be positive. And, you know, I've always been in the spiritual world, but being in the spiritual world didn't always mean I was positive. So I actually used to, you know, gossip a lot and start drama and complain a lot. And it actually took my friend, Portia, to give me a book called The Secret. And if you've ever read that, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't, please go get yourself a copy of that. But when I started to learn how to change the power of my mind from negative to positive, how to change my words from negative to positive, and my emotion from negative to positive, my life started to shift. And I started to easily more manifest good things and miracles coming into my life. But it did take me quite a while to get the hang of, you know, not complaining anymore and not talking about other people. But as I was like continuing on with my manifesting and my positivity, I actually had learned that if you have any like PTSD, especially from your childhood, it could actually prevent you from manifesting easily or even manifesting the way that they actually teach us to manifest, right? Because manifesting is we're thinking about it, we're feeling it, we're getting those emotions going, and then, you know, receiving it, right? So a lot of us can think about it, we can feel really good about it. And then when the time comes to receive, we're like, whoa, what happened? How come I didn't get that? Or how come it was right there and it slipped through my fingers? And I kind of want to go into that tonight. So I actually had learned that with PTSD or any childhood PTSD, your nervous system is going all the time. And when your nervous system is shot and we do not feel safe, it actually prevents us from manifesting the way they teach us. Because if you have had PTSD from childhood, your nervous system is shot because you don't feel safe, or you never have felt safe, or you cannot imagine a happy, maybe like a happy ending per se, because we were never taught how to have happy endings. We always had to be aware and alert of the next thing. Today, I want to teach you how to regulate your nervous system quickly, easily, to not only to calm yourself down, but to actually manifest and learn how to receive what you're asking for. I'm going to put a pause on that for just a moment. I have a caller. I believe it was Christine from Hawaii. Is that what I seen pop up?
It is.
Hi. Sometimes I can't catch that fast enough. Okay, Christine, how are you doing today?
Good. What you're talking about is something that I have pre-verbal drama.
Okay.
And I've manifested like autoimmune diseases and definitely chronic tension. I'll be there in a couple minutes.
Say that again, please.
So chronic tension and autoimmune.
And when you're saying autoimmune, which kind of autoimmune, or is it just chronic tension that's autoimmune?
Lupus, mast cell activation syndrome, and
histamine intolerance, Hashimoto's.
Okay. I'm just kind of writing all this down so I can keep notes, okay? Because that is a lot of stuff that you've got going on there. I just want to tell you, while you're telling me this, I want you to know, I've actually studied with 7 natural doctors all around the world throughout my career. I've studied a lot of holistic health, and I have worked with a natural doctor in Canada for 2 years. I'm still part of his groups and see his stuff. He actually has, I have to be very careful how I say this. He actually has supplements that relieve every single one of those down to a cellular level. So please know that there is hope. There is people that actually work with this kind of thing and put every one of those into remission. Is how I'm going to say that on the air. Okay. Please feel free to find me on Facebook.
What's your name?
My name is Jenali, Jenali.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then my
What's your
last name on Facebook is Winn, Winn. Oh, yeah. Can you see?
Winn.
Are you
Winn.
watching me at all?
You're breaking up.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Are you watching me at all, or are you just listening to me right now?
Just listening.
Okay. Yes, please find me on Facebook and I can give you a little bit more information about that, okay?
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. What is your question for me tonight?
You just answered it.
Okay. Well, I would like to kind of go into more of that too, because this is one of my favorite things to talk about is holistic health. But there's always an emotional or energetic symptom that goes along with the physical stuff. So even though there's physical things we can do, it will always come down to emotional health as well. When we're talking about Hashimoto's, especially the Hashimoto's, that's more of like, where did you feel like you could not use your voice? Have you happened to do any inner child work at all?
Yes.
Okay. And do you feel like it's been beneficial to you that you've done it frequently enough that you've got everything out, or is there some more work that you could do?
Well, some of the stuff is subconscious, so it's hard to get to that when it's pre-verbal, right? So
yes. Can you describe to me when you're doing your inner child stuff, can you describe to me what it is that you're doing? So maybe I can assist you with some of that. Christine, are you there? Okay, I was wondering because I heard that beep. So, hey, while we are waiting for her to come back on, I can still see her name, so hopefully she pops back on. While we are waiting for her to come back on, I would like to continue with this because this is so important. Again, when we have childhood trauma, what we really need is to feel safe. We cannot imagine having that happy ending because we were never taught how to have that happy ending. So one of the key tricks here is how to do some inner child work as well as learn to regulate your nervous system. Also, the next interesting thing that I had found is that I was so close to so many of the things that I had hoped and prayed and manifested for, yet it slipped through my fingers. Well, come to find out through all of my studies, when you have a nervous system that is shot, when you're in fight or flight all the time, you cannot receive, right? You cannot receive. So we're asking for lots of coin and currency. We're asking for better jobs. We're asking for the love of our life. Yet we want those things and it never comes. How come? Because the nervous system is holding us back from receiving that, because it almost freaks us out. It almost is more like, I really want that, but I don't believe I can have that. And there's this inner conflict in our nervous system, in our bodies and our minds. And so we're actually pushing that away. So today I really want to talk about some of the easiest techniques that I have ever found to start regulating your system, your nervous system, instantaneously or very quickly. Things that you can do, while you're driving. I say this frequently, while you're in the shower, while you're going to the bathroom. Like, it really doesn't matter. what matters is that we're taking the time, we're creating the time, we're finding the time. Okay. So this one's really interesting. Okay, we're going to teach this one and then we'll get to Jenny. The first one is just to hum. Just to hum, like, or however you want to do it, right? I know that sounds like we're monks. They teach us to be monks, but it actually stimulates the vagus nerve back here. And the vagus nerve loves humming. It loves the vibration. And so just humming allows your whole nervous system to start balancing out. I'm just touching mine. If you can see, that's already relaxing me. So just humming. And we can do that all day, probably wherever we're at. Okay, let's take Jenny from Nebraska.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
How are you? I'm okay.
Me too. Thank you for asking.
What's that?
I said, I'm doing good too. Thank you for asking.
Sorry, I'm kind of, it was hard to hear you there for a minute. I'm not sure what all you, I don't know why I get so nervous when I call. You guys are like the best people ever. It's like when you get pulled over for a speeding ticket or something.
I get nervous every single time I do this because I have had a fear of being recorded my whole life. And I had to learn to overcome that fear every Wednesday. So I know what you're going through.
Oh,
can you? That's okay. Are you
okay?
having a hard
Sorry,
time hearing
I'm like
me?
dropping things. I'm sorry.
I just said, are you having a hard time hearing me?
It was just cutting out a little bit, but I think if I don't know, it's okay. I've been watching you. I think the last 2 weeks. I love your energy. I was just wondering. I've been working on my what do you call it? My shadow work. Is that what it's called?
Yes.
Healing myself, and trying to get past like childhood things, whatever, and blah blah blah. So I'm just hoping maybe this year. I know you probably get the slot. Is this year going to be better than last? But like the last 9 years have been just horrid. And so I hope every year is going to be better.
Okay.
I don't know if you can see that or, I'm sorry.
Can you please tell me your full birthday so I can grab your energy?
March 4th, 1968.
1958 or 1968?
68, 68.
68, thank you.
She makes a fish face.
I'm just tuning in really quickly. There's a few things that I want to check for you, but they're on my phone, and that's what I'm using right now to do this broadcast. So I can't just grab it really quickly. So I'm just going to tune into the energy. When you're telling me the last 9 years have been negative,
Right.
What are some things that you're going
I try
through?
to stay positive, but I'm sorry.
What are some of the things that you're going through?
Well, I'm an empty nester now, and that's always hard, when your last kid grows up. But I look at that in a positive light because then I did my job right if she's doing well. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
But some things that have happened, I guess, physically and mentally to me, I'm trying really hard to get past. But one of the people that did it was my oldest daughter. Sorry, it's hard to talk about. Let's just say, doctor said one more hit, and I wouldn't be talking to you right now.
Okay.
And it's just really hard to get past that. And I've not fed into her. I guess the therapist said it's the narcissistic supply, but it's still, I don't know. I just
Yeah. So, Jenny, before I continue on, are you open to discussing reincarnation?
yes.
Okay, because that's where some of this is coming from. Um, it actually makes
It's
me
so
feel
weird that you
very.
say that.
It
Wow.
makes
Okay.
me
Yeah, I
feel
was
really.
literally thinking about that earlier today. I'm sorry, it makes
Okay,
you
so
what?
it actually, when I tune into the energy of it, it makes me very nauseous. It makes me feel sick to my stomach. Um, Now, as I see it, and this is how I've always seen it my entire life, we usually incarnate with the same people over and over and over. I would say almost like 10 times, 10 lifetimes in a row we've charted with these people that we put them as different characters in our life, if that makes sense. And you guys have been together many times before. However, sorry, I've got to throw some of this energy out because it makes me very physically nauseous. She has actually killed you in a past life before. And that is why it has
Oh my
triggered you
gosh.
so much in this life. And also, I mean, it was very brutal. There was a lot to the stomach, there was a lot to the throat. You might even feel like you can't use your voice or like have to constantly clear your throat or get sore throats a lot because of it. If you're getting
And I
headaches
cough all the
frequently right
time.
now, say that again.
I cough all the time. And
Yeah.
my jaw always hurts because she messed up my jaw.
And that happened in
And
the
I'm
past
headache.
life too. Yes, and the headaches too. That's all coming from past life stuff as well as this life. You have carried in the same vibration of what we call negative cell memory. So what I'm seeing is that she yeah, there's a lot to this. She actually had killed you in a past life. Both that you were both females at the time. Um, she's trying to learn something and she didn't learn it in that lifetime. So you guys kind of signed up to do it again so she could try to learn the lesson again. And so far she hasn't. But you have brought that negative cell memory or PTSD in with you again, and then when it happened again, it's just re-triggered everything. So what I would recommend to you is to find somebody like myself that can do some past life regression work on that, so you can start healing that. Because not only did you have it in this lifetime, you had it in a previous lifetime as well. So you got like a double whammy, and that's why it's hard to forgive. That's why you probably are experiencing built up anger. Are you feeling like you're a homebody right now where you don't even want to go out into public anymore or something similar to that?
Yeah, I was agoraphobic for a little over 2 years. But I mean, I go outside now, but I don't really leave my yard much.
Okay. And did that become the issue after this incident happened to you?
Well, that and like 3 other things happened that's within the same 18 months.
Okay.
With other people too, but it was just like, wow, I'm just like, if I go outside, somebody else is going to hurt me.
Yes, yes. And I understand that that's PTSD from this life, but you, like I said, you also have a double whammy of it because it's happened to you in the past before. So, there's a fly. A lot of the stuff you're going through, I do believe can be cleared up if you were to do some past life regression hypnotherapy. And even just hypnotherapy in general too. I'm very big on that. I've been doing it for 11 years and I have seen miracles happen when I go in and talk to the soul and the energy and just remind you, that was in the past. You're safe now. Your soul is really wanting to know that you're safe. You got a lot of anger going on in there in the body, a lot of anger, and I can feel that, and it's just like boiling to come out. So I would I'll give you a technique you can do at home for yourself. Okay. Spirit taught me this, by the way.
On that note, like you said, I have a lot of anger, but at the same time, I have a lot of anger because I tried to be nice all the time.
Oh,
but
okay.
I keep getting kicked in the teeth. Does that make sense?
Yes. That happens
And
a
it's
lot.
like, yeah, and I don't feel safe by myself. I always have had big dogs. Like right now, I rescued a Rottweiler, and he's like 180 pounds. and nobody will come near me, which makes me feel good.
Right. Well, thank you to the universe for bringing him in.
I'm sorry?
I was just saying thank you to the universe for bringing him in, as a protector.
Oh, he's wonderful, and his favorite song to sing is "Killing Me Softly." He'll be in a dead sleep, and that'll play, and his head lifts, and he howls and sings along. It's just cute.
That is so funny.
But I'm like his protector too, because before I got him, he was severely abused, and they said he was unadoptable. And I'm like, well, that's not his fault. So
right.
A lot of patience and love, and I have a few scars, but he wasn't trying to tear me apart. He was trying to warn me, I'm going to hurt you before you can hurt me. And now he's like, he's my buddy. It took me a little over a year to just be able to pet down his back, but he knows he's safe and, whatever. Anyway.
So I'm going to continue
I can do.
I'm going to continue on with that. So when it comes to, you can do this to anything, but I would really like to work on the anger part. Spirit taught me that when we have something like that, like anger, jealousy, fear, any type of emotion, I want you to treat that anger as if it were a small child. Talk to the anger as if it was a small child. So what I would do, and I'm just going to tune in right now, is I go in and Jenny, if your anger, would it be male or female? Just the top of your head when I ask you, is that anger male energy or female energy? What is your answer?
I'd say both. I've just been hurt by both sides. Worse, more by male, but.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to try it again another way. Pretend that anger is a small child. Is that small child male or female?
Female.
First thing that came to your mind. Female?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you were to see a little girl and she was just really upset and she was angry and probably throwing a fit or maybe even crying because she's so angry, how would you approach her? What would you say to her?
That her feelings are valid and that it's okay, to feel the way that she feels, but that she's safe now.
Yep. So what I do is I actually go into, and you'll play around with this, and you're going to start having a conversation. And first of all, I'm going to just let her know that I'm here. I won't come too close if she doesn't want me to come too close, but I want to know why she's so angry. And when I ask, why are you so angry? What's the matter with you? What does she say?
Why didn't you protect me?
There you go.
Not you, but the people that were supposed to protect me didn't.
Yes. And obviously there's nothing that we can really say to that. So that we weren't there to protect her, but I would just, I understand you deserve to feel safe and protected, and they were not there. Nobody was there to do that. And you might not know who I am yet, but I'm going to keep you safe now. And you might not trust me right away. That's okay. But I'm going to take some time to show you that you are safe now. What is it that you need right now in order to feel safe? And what does she say? What do you need right now in order to feel safe?
Gosh, my head's going 100 miles an hour. I don't know. I feel safe when I'm inside my house. But I know I need to, feel safe other ways too.
Yes. So all we can do right now until the answers start to shift is keep asking every day. You need your house right now. What does the little girl need right now in this moment to feel safe? Does she need a hug? Does she need to come in? Yep. Okay. So if it's a hug, then you visualize getting down and hugging that little girl. letting her cry, letting her, rage it out if she needs to. And then I kind of continue to say, where you're at right now might not feel safe. So if you want to, you can come home with me. My home is safe. My home is protective. I've got these dogs. Would you like to come and feel the safety of my home? And then see if she says yes or no. And that is really how I start to work with any type of emotion and even physical pain as well. I just talk to it like it's a small child. When Spirit taught me how to kind of, I guess bring that to life like it was an energy, like it was a real person, I have literally been able to help my clients let go of emotions and physical pain as well, just by doing that. And then, yeah. So then you can also, Jenny, if I were to ask you off the top of your head, the first answer that comes to mind, what color is your anger? What's the first color that comes up?
Blue.
Blue. Okay. And Jenny, what color heals the anger? What color heals the blue?
Green.
Green. Okay.
I mean, that's
So
the
then what
first
we
thing that
do
came
is
to my mind.
the first thing that comes to mind is perfectly fine. I just take that blue wherever it's at in the body. I feel yours in the stomach a lot. And make sure you get it all. And I just grab it and I throw it physically, like I'm just grabbing it out of my stomach and throwing it into the air. And then I imagine creating a beautiful ball of green. And I just make this beautiful energy ball and I put it right back into where I took it from. And just imagine that green spreading out. And that's how I start taking care of those emotions, something you can easily do for yourself. And if you need to, please go back to the YouTube channel Moonstruck TV and find this because it's recorded. It's always going to be there. And you can keep walking yourself through those steps, okay?
You mentioned stomach. I have literally I don't even remember the last time I went a full week without either up checking or having a stomach ache. And
Jenny,
I literally
would
just
love
had the drugstore bring me new medicine for my stomach.
Dang it. Jenny, I would love to continue this. I only have 30 seconds, so I have to get off the air. Please reach out to me and let's connect another way, okay?
Well, welcome to A1R, and a lot of people really enjoy your show. Have a good night. Thank you so much.
Good night, Jenny. Hey, everybody, it is time for me to jump off the broadcast. I hope to see you later next week at 8:30 Mountain Standard Time. Have a happy Wednesday and a good week. Bye, guys.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live from the city of New York, where we get together more often than not these days on Wednesdays at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. And well, we made it through another grisly day, another dark day in American history. You know, this is, we're coming up to the anniversary of September 11th, where here in New York, almost everybody knew somebody who got killed that day. And I am no exception with that. I had a very interesting experience about that, by the way, which I'm not doing this to tease a product, but I can't really explain it in the little time that we have here. But the whole story is in the book, Reverend Elliot Explains It All, which is about how I did a particular magic ritual about September 9th. September 10th, which is today, was the day that I was downtown in New York for jury duty, which was supposed to have me come back on September 11th, which would have put me right in the thick of that attack, right down there. But it didn't happen. And how it didn't happen, well, that's the story in the book, which you can find on eBay or at mojoacademy.org in Reverend Elliot Explains It All. Because this is, it's one of those weird things that if you don't believe in magical work, this might get you wondering. Might get you questioning that lack of belief. Because magical work is something that human beings have done for millennia. You could argue anthropologically that it's one of the things that made us human beings. There's some people who believe that humanity, the mind, took a great leap forward when some gorilla ate a magic mushroom. Now, I don't know. I've never done mushrooms. I've had the kind of life where I certainly did not need hallucinogenics to see weird things and to have weird things happen in my life. So no, I've never done that. I've kept my distance from that kind of stuff. But there's, what can I tell you? This has not been, as you know by now, probably. If you don't know, well, then it doesn't mean anything to you. But if it does mean anything to you, it doesn't matter what end of the political spectrum you're on. But it was a dark day, yet another day with somebody taken for political reasons. It's sad. It's just not. I'd like to say it's just not what we do, but apparently we do. So there you go. I've had my life threatened over the years by people, but no, it's when they start doing it that's the problem. The threats I can deal with, but no, it's some people say it's the price of fame. I'm writing some reminiscences about my particular period in the entertainment business, which I like to refer to as the memoirs of a has-been who never quite actually was, because I was around for a lot of stuff. And I made a nice living, but I never became famous, and I'm glad of it. Fran Lebowitz once said that, and if you don't know who Fran Lebowitz is, then this is a perfect illustration of why you don't. She said that being a famous writer is just enough fame because it gets you the best tables in the finest restaurants, but nobody bothers you on the street. And I have seen, it's New York, so there's a lot of famous people running around, and I've seen a lot of them get harassed on the street constantly, and then there's other times when people just don't believe you. My wife to this day doesn't realize that we once had a conversation, the three of us, with Julia Roberts. She doesn't believe that was Julia Roberts. But because they don't look like you think they look. The famous people when they're off duty, when the flag is down and on the cab. When they're off duty, they do look very different, usually. But I've met some very nasty famous people. I've met some delightful famous people, and I'm going to be writing about that. I think a couple of the nicest people I knew were Fred Gwynne and Frank Gorshin, Robert Preston. They were the people who were not nice. I'm not going to bother mentioning. I closed the iron door on those people. It's not worth it. But some of them were just such dynamite people that you can see why they became big, because they just have a magnetism about them, and they're nice to people. There's no reason not to be. Here I am shuffling up the cards almost nervously. That's the thing. I've been doing this for years and years now, and I still get nervous before each show. I don't take this for granted. I enjoy doing it so much, but I get like butterflies, before a performance. But I don't consider this a performance, because this is me. This is just who I am and what I do. And you call me up and you talk to me about who you are and what you do. And we're just people who, we're ships in the night meeting. Now, I need to talk to you about something. It's about me, of course. I wasn't here last week, and I always feel that I owe you an explanation for my bailing out on a show. And I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you precisely what happened. I've got an eye that a few years ago decided to stop working. I guess maybe it had seen enough. I have a very blasé eyeball. It has seen enough. So it turned itself off. When that happens, the human body is a remarkable thing. The human body not only tries to heal itself, but it does heal itself. I mean, we've all had pretty bad diseases, illnesses, broken bones, maybe, and they heal. The body does that. It's remarkable. It's almost miraculous, that we heal. Well, that's what my eye is trying to do. But my eye is kind of stupid, because my eye doesn't have a brain. Thank God, right? My eye is trying to heal itself, and what it does is, I had a problem with a blood vessel in the eye, and the eye decides to fix that by making new blood vessels constantly. And they die off, and then there's more and there's more. But sometimes they don't die off, and it gets awful crowded inside that eyeball, and it hurts like hell. It hurts terribly. Now, I can take aspirin for it. 3 aspirin used to knock that out, because it also got rid of swelling, so that was good. My current medical condition, I am forbidden to take aspirin. So I try a few other things, Tylenol. None of it works as well. So I was in agony last week. And that's why I didn't do the show. That would not be good TV, as they used to call it in the TV business. To sit here screaming, first of all, that would scare people. It'd scare the hell out of people if they say, well, would you please look at my cards? And then I lay out the cards, and then I scream. Now, how would you feel? No. You don't want to do that. That would be like a practical joke that a card reader would play, which is to look at the cards and say, oh, no. But, when people come to you for a reading, they're opening up their heart to you. And you just don't want to do that. I mean, I would hope you don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to scare people. I'm not here to scare people. And you'll notice that mostly I get very positive readings, which is kind of dull, you know, but most people have good lives. Life works out, you know. I once brought a room of people to tears. They were playing a psychological game. Some women from like Nebraska, you know. They were playing a psychological game. They were trying to do a number on me. Okay. This was long ago. This was in the 70s. You weren't born yet. And we were supposed to say something that was true. And I kept telling them that everything always works out fine in the end. And no matter what argument they gave me, I said everything works out fine in the end, until they were all crying. Because they knew I was right. I mean, things do work out fine. Now, you know and I know that if you hurt yourself, or if something really bad happens to you, and somebody says to you, well, it's a blessing in disguise, you know you really got shafted. Because I don't buy that. But, you know, I didn't make this up. It's always darkest before the dawn. Things work out well. Have you thought about the times in your life when you were really down and it was just awful? But you're here still, right? And theoretically, you're doing okay, I guess. This is what I mean, is that we're not in any position to judge the vicissitudes of life as they're vicissituding on us all over us, you know. And I don't like when people say things like, and I discuss this a lot with people, which is like, well, if you're grieving, you've grieved enough. I don't like that. You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do that. Richard Alpert, otherwise known as Baba Ramdas, said something so brilliant that the first time I heard it, I thought, why didn't I think of that? So because he's brilliant, and, you know, you're adequate, you know. He said, I'm tired of people shoulding all over me. Now, yes, it's a pun, but I get it. You get it too, don't you? People shoulding, you should do this, you should do that. You gosh, I've got the hiccups and the heartburn from pain medications. You shouldn't do this, you should. Be a good little girl, be a good little boy. I knew a woman who had a peculiar habit. It's just a safe story to tell. When she laughed, if she had a habit of laughing when something was funny. Now, that's not the peculiar part, as you can imagine. The peculiar part is she would apologize. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. She was somewhere along the line. She was trained to apologize for laughing. I don't know about you, but laughing at things is one of my favorite things to do. And I don't mean in a sarcastic, nasty way. I mean like in a watching Laurel and Hardy or The Three Stooges or W.C. Fields, which I have yet to meet a woman who appreciates W.C. Fields. It's hard enough to find a woman who likes The Three Stooges. They're just stupid. Well, yeah, that's the point, you know. They're stupid people, you know. That was the whole deal. Stupid people who think they're smart. There's you could find this on YouTube somewhere. There's a very late in life interview with Mo Howard. And the guy says, do you hit your wife in the face with pies? And he's aghast. He says, I would never do a thing like that. What's the matter with you? You know, because he was an actor. You know, he was just an actor. He acted stupid. And he played a stupid person who thought he was smart. You know, it's very funny, but some people get trained to do these things, to apologize after laughing. You know, I put in my time in purgatory as a stand-up comic many years ago, and could you imagine if I felt guilty every time I got people to laugh? Not that I did it with any great consistency, I might add, but I had my moments. People used to say to me, "Well, what did you do? What kind of a performer were you?" I said, "It's just like just listen and ask one radio. I would just get up there and talk. That was it. That was my shtick, was just to talk." I dug it, you know. I had a few good years there, and I liked it, but it's not the kind of thing that I figured I would be able to advance in. Now, there's a funny thing is that I knew a comedian, a woman who was a dancer, and she became very famous as a comedian. Her name was Rita. And every time she was interviewed, people would say, "Well, it must be wonderful living your dream." And she'd say, "Good Lord, no. The comedy wasn't my dream. What kind of a crackpot dreams of that?" So it was a practical decision. I liked entertaining, she said, and I was a dancer, and I looked around. She had been on Broadway, you know, and I looked around, she said, and I saw that there's more old comedians than old dancers. So she decided to be a comedian, and she studied up on it very methodically. And that's one way to do it. And she became a dynamite comic. She became a killer. She had an aptitude for it from I saw her first performance, you know, unbelievably good. But it wasn't living your dream, you know, and that's what many people are hung up on that. I got to live my dream. Now, do you think I dreamed that one day I would be doing this, sitting here talking to you, reading tarot cards? No, I fell into this. I never believed in the expression, keep your eye on the prize, because then you'll miss everything else along the journey. And you don't know, you know, and I've lost friends over that attitude. When I started it just makes me laugh. I'm sorry. It makes me laugh. When I got work as a screenwriter, I had a friend who studied screenwriting in college. He majored in it, and he couldn't get work. And I said, what are you doing it for? How are you doing it? I said, well, they asked me to do it. I figured the producers thought I could do it, and if they thought I could do it, they're going to pay me an awful lot of money to do it. I'll do it. And, you know, we never heard from that person again. This was a friend. See, so just see where life is willing to take you, because as we've learned today, it can be preciously short, because there are people out there who aren't going to like you. That's, you know, don't waste your time trying to win people over. Be as nice as you can to as many people as you can, and be authentic to yourself. Read Hamlet's Polonius's advice to the players. Not Hamlet. It's Polonius, right? To thine own self be true, things like that. Don't saw the air too much. But no. Be yourself, which is a very difficult thing to be. Monumentally difficult to be. But, you know, when opportunity comes, grab it. You know? If you don't have the ability to do something and you fail at it, so what? You tried. But if you succeed at it, then you're fine. You'll be all right. Well, that's how I got through all my life. That's how I got through every advancement, every job, every interesting thing I ever got. Can you do this? Here's what we'll pay you. Hand me my fountain pen. I'll sign on the dotted line. And I did. What's the worst they could do? Fire me? How incompetent could I be? If they wanted me, then they were the incompetent people. It's a thing, you know. It doesn't hurt to plan, but don't be rigid about your plans, because the world is a remarkable place, and there are opportunities waiting for you that you never dreamed of at all. And I would urge you to give it a try. Don't be afraid. Try it. There's nothing to fear. Just try it. We're here to life. As Auntie Mame said, and I'll clean it up a little bit because I'm wearing a collar. Life is a banquet, and most poor souls are starving to death. Zeke, it's great advice, man. That and don't let people should all over you. So we're all shuffled up now. I've explained why I wasn't here. I've explained that, like, as the great occult writer Israel Regardie was wont to say, life's a funny old dog. I'll show you this in a couple of weeks, but I didn't. You can go see it at my eBay store, which you find a link to at my website, magic-works.com. But I sold several of this new talking board I made. Now, I don't call it a Ouija board because that's a trade name, and I don't want to use a trademark name. It's a talking board, a spirit board. I made a special one for Halloween, and I've already sold several of them, and I just mailed them off today at the post office and had a great old time. I love making things and mailing them out to people. It's like arts and crafts in kindergarten again. I just love it. And I'll be happy to do that with you sometime too. Just my collection at eBay is growing. Some of you know the story about how I ditched Amazon. They were not nice to me. They were very not nice to me. And I don't tend to appreciate people who are not nice to me. You don't have to be a sycophant, but just, don't go out of your way to be nasty to me. That's all I ask. I don't ask much. There you go, right? So let's ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. And now we'll pull back the curtain on the magical window for Kayla in Zion Grove, Pennsylvania. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight, Kayla?
I'm doing pretty good. This
Well,
is my
let's see if
first time calling into your show, actually.
Oh, well, that's good. I mean, it's my first time talking to you, so we're even, right? What can I look at for you?
I guess basically, what do my spirit guides want me to know at this time, pretty much?
Ooh, excellent question. Well, these are interesting cards here because not necessarily reading them in any particular order. The Two of Swords is here, which is like a period of stalemate. Nothing is happening. Things that you want to have happening, things are not moving. Is that what you are now?
Yes.
Okay, well, the Three of Coins is here too. Now, the Three of Coins, you can take it very literally or symbolically. It's about something new coming into your life that you will work at and you will succeed at. And you will be recognized for that success, and it'll lead to other things. If it's a job, it could be a new position in the job. It could be a promotion. It could be a new job altogether, or it doesn't necessarily have to be a job. It's something new in your life that you're good at, and you'll handle it, and you'll be recognized for it, and you'll succeed. The next card there is the Nine of Cups, which is a card of great fulfillment. See, this guy's happy here in this card. It's a card of emotional satisfaction and enjoying the good things in life, and doing well. And the overall card I have for this is the Sun. I get that so often for people that it just really it boosts my a feeling for humanity. It's a card of healing and health and growth and happiness. So if there's anything that you feel is kind of holding you back or stunting your growth, this is going to be you smiling and happy as you get out of that, and you grow and you heal. So if there's anything in your life that you want to heal from, it's here, and you're going to heal from it. Okay?
Okay.
So that seems to be the message.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Anything else you want to look at?
What's my biggest obstacles, like my biggest blocks right now?
Oh, well,
getting to move forward.
Well, that's an interesting question. And have you had some big disappointments in your life lately?
Yes.
Okay, because that's it. This is the Nine of Swords, which is a card of sadness. So now I don't know if that's so much as an obstacle as much as it's something that you're going to need to work through. But don't be too concerned about it, because you have also here right after that the Star. That's a card of health and hope and optimism. The High Priestess is here, which tells me that you're a person of very spiritual power, very great spiritual power. So the only thing that may be holding you back at the moment is is sadness for things that have happened. But I don't see that really holding you back, if you know what I mean. You'll deal with it, and that might be the thing in the Sun, because that's a dark card, the Nine of Swords. It's very dark, but the Sun is bright and happy. So I think you're going to overcome it beautifully. Now you're going to be entering a period of emotional well-being. That's the Ace of Cups. Mm-hmm. Aces are beginnings and cups are emotion. So I think that if you've had any emotional blocks, you're going to overcome those.
Okay.
Okay. And you're going to do it very successfully, I might add, with the Six of Rods. That's a card of triumph and success. So you're going to get around that. You asked exactly the right question, and the answer is beautiful, because you're going to deal with it, and you're going to surpass it. Okay.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Just keep very positive, and you'll be okay. I know it's hard to remain very positive when negative things happen, but that's something that we can will to do. And I see that you have that ability. So thank you so much for calling.
Great.
Bye-bye now.
Thank you.
My
Bye-bye.
pleasure. Bye. Now let's shuffle them up. That was an excellent question, by the way. And it's funny how these cards just get right to the heart of things. We're shuffling them up again, and Farah in Washington, D.C. is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi.
Hi, you're sounding awful chipper for a town that's under military occupation. That's how the news puts it sometimes, you know. They're a little scary.
I know they do.
I mean, well, we have the National Guard. We have the National Guard in our subways now too. So I guess we're all being taken over, right? But
right.
I hope things are improving. So what can I look at for you?
So I have two questions. One, I lost my job in March, and since then I'm unemployed. I want to know when I will get a job. And secondly, when I will get married. I just broke up with my boyfriend, so I don't know if he's going to come back or someone else going to come back into my life.
Well, let me tell you something. I just pulled two cards here that answer both questions.
Okay.
First is the Ten of Swords. That's a pretty nasty looking card.
Okay.
But it's good. You know, it means life has thrown its worst at you, and you're about to get up and get going again. So you're still here. That's about the job problem. So that's going to end. The worst is over, is what that means. The next card is the Page of Cups. Cups are happiness, romance, love, and a page is the appearance of something new. In the court cards, you go from the knight to the queen to the king to the page, with the knight being theoretical, and it gets more solid as you go along. It's the Page of Cups is the appearance of something new in the realm of romance. So you see, you asked exactly the right question. So something's coming. You're going to meet somebody, and romance is just around the corner, and your job troubles are going to be over soon. Now, that's about all. I don't need any other cards for that. That's beautiful. You know, that's a great reading. Is there anything else you want to look at?
Yeah, so it's
the cards like you.
For my boyfriend.
The cards like you is what I say.
So,
they responded exactly to what you asked.
Oh, that's good. But the boyfriend part, is he going to be the old one or someone going to new come?
Well, the page involves something new. So I would say that that's more likely. But let's see. Let me just cut the deck here. No, I mean, I'm not getting an indication there, but I do have the Four of Rods, which is about a happy home and joy and contentment and being with somebody. It's looking very good. Oh gosh. The Ace of Cups now. See, the Page of Cups and the Ace of Cups are indications of romance coming. Both of them is strong or are strong. Both of them am strong, let's say, or are strong. Gosh. But yeah, now you're going to like this one. When people ask about romance, and this card shows up, which is the Hierophant, which is the High Priest, that signifies marriage.
Yay!
So I think you're on your way to something really good. And once again, here's that card. The Sun, health and healing and growth and happiness. Your outlook is very bright. Very good. So
thank you.
I think it's wonderful. Now, this is really good. The key, though, is that ugly-looking card, though, that means the worst is over. So that's good. You've been through a bad period, and you're going to come out of that, and you're going to do quite well. Okay.
That's great. For the job, can you tell me a time frame when I will find it?
Well, let's take a look. But according to the array of cards that I got, it's on the way because the bad times are ending. It's the Nine of Rods is here, and that's a person who's prepared for what's coming. So if there's any field that you specialize in, it's probably going to be in that area. Okay. So that's good. I'm not getting anything in timing. I paused for a second because of this. That's the Ace of Rods. That means a new career, new job. I told you the cards like you.
Great.
So you're going to get something that you're very, very, very well suited for. How's that?
Sounds wonderful.
Oh, well, so, all this wonderful news must sound boring to the listeners, but it's good, isn't it? It feels good, doesn't it? Here's another. Is another ace. The ace. You had the Ace of Cups. The Ace of Swords is also that you're starting to see things differently. Mentality. It's mental activity. You're starting. This might be what's triggering all the good things that are about to happen. Is that your outlook on the world is changing. Okay, so you're growing, and that's very good. Okay, and that leads to this card, which is the Ten of Cups, probably the happiest card in the deck, which is about a home and family and children and just all the good stuff in life. Okay, so hang in there because it's coming. This preponderance of cards is so good that it's going to be soon. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. The doctor who delivered me 10,000 years ago, once I lived long enough to get to know him, and he told me that he was terrified every time he delivered a child. And I was thinking, oh, great, what do you think it's going to be? They're all going to turn out like me? But no, he was always, the first thing he did, it was just a fetish he had. As soon as the child was born, he would count the toes and the fingers because he always expected bad stuff, and bad stuff never came. And that's how it is with card readers. We're prepared to give bad news, and yet look how positive all these readings are. Now, why is that, you suppose? And I have a theory. My theory is that the people who call are asking for help. People who ask for help get help. People who ask for help are resourceful. People who ask for help are not afraid to ask for help, or they wouldn't be asking for help. So things are going to work out better for them than for the person who just sits and stews about problems, But as soon as you take this step to consult even cards, isn't that a silly thing? It sounds silly, doesn't it? I'm going to ask some cards, and then the men in the white coats come and take you away, right? But you hear it. These things are right on the money. They work. And I think that the reason that there's such a good outcome in so many readings is that people have a healthy outlook on life if they can ask for help. If they ask for people. In the years that I've been doing this on Ask One Radio, which is only a fraction of the years that I've been doing this, but it's many years now. I've been well over 400 shows. I only twice didn't want to do a reading on the air for the person, and that wasn't because it was bad. It was just very personal, and I didn't think they would want, people all over the world to listen to that. So I called them privately, and didn't charge them. Of course, I mean that would be awful, if I could work somebody into a state of concern like that and then charge them to do a reading. You'll notice that I don't charge much because I don't. Well, to the callers, I don't charge anything. But look at that. See, I dropped another card. Oh man, this clumsy old man here. Oh, come on. This is beautiful television, right? Just reaching down for cards and pulling plugs out of your ear. And come on, I know you're down there. I saw you a moment ago. Ah, well. Maybe it was a bad card and we don't want to read it anyway. Oh, there it is. Actually, it's two good cards too. Oh man, I'm just getting so clumsy in my dotage. So anyway, that's I got to stop doing that. I'm going to leave this thing out of my ear for the moment because it got stuck in my head, the silicone ear cushion. But I can still hear you, folks. Deanne in Boston is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello, Reverend Elliot. My name is Deanne. Thank you for taking my call.
My pleasure.
I'm suffering from...
I haven't been to Boston in years, but I enjoyed it when I would go.
It's a beautiful place.
Oh, yes, and history laden everywhere you go. What can I look at for you?
Well, I am just suffering with extreme loneliness. I am 37 years old. I have been single for the past 3 years. And I was just wondering if you saw my love life improving at all. I really miss my ex-fiance, and I have a crush on this guy. His name is Albie. He's a Virgo, and I write to him, but I never receive a response back. So I'm just kind of in limbo. I have nothing really going on for me. I have a date for tomorrow, for Friday night, actually. But I'm not sure.
Well,
where things are going to end up.
I see that in terms of romance, I got the Knight of Cups here. Cups are about affairs of the heart and romance. The Knight of Cups is very erratic. So it's up and down, hit or miss, and you haven't hit anything stable yet, have you?
No, not at all.
Yeah, well, but
it's been 3 years of this.
Well, you will, I'm sure. First of all, I had this card earlier. It's the 10 of Swords. That means the worst is over. So you should be okay. The 2 of Coins is here too, which I'm going to take metaphorically more than literally about money. That's about trying to get something started, trying to get something moving in life, trying to get it going, which is good. You're working on it. That's what counts. That's the only thing that really counts in life is working at it, instead of giving up. The 10 of Swords is important because that signifies the rough times are over. That things are going to get better from here on in. So that's worth knowing. But you see, you don't need me to tell you this. Is the 4 of Swords. That's a period of stagnation and nothing is happening. The 9 of Chords, the 9 of Coins, is a card of a person who's kind of comfortable being alone. But would rather not be, but you could, you're not panicking about it, which is good, because that nothing scares people away than that air of desperation. Wouldn't you agree? So you're not giving off those vibes, but I think that you're on the right path to getting what you want, because I've got the Eight of Cups here, and that's a person who is walking away from things in her life that are not working and going towards the things that are. So that's very good. That helps. Now, on the plus side, again, here is the Ace of Cups. That means that something new is coming in terms of romance and affairs of the heart and emotions. So that's good too. Okay, so hang in there. I don't see anything bad. I don't see anything like causing people to run away from you. It's just it's the luck of the draw, So I mean, I was pretty much single for let's see, 3 years, like you. You mentioned that, right? 3 years, and I met somebody, and we've been together now 40 years. So that's it can happen, It certainly can happen. So we don't know what we're destined for, So hang in there. I'm not seeing anything bad, but I do see that things are coming. It's fomenting around you. There's the Eight of Cups tells me you're working on it, and it's going to be fine. You're going to succeed. The Ace of Cups is about the appearance of something new romantically. The Nine of Coins, you're not freaking out being alone, but you'd rather not be. The Four of Swords is saying that nothing's going to really be happening immediately, but it will be happening. And the Ten of Swords tells me that life has thrown its worst at you, and you're still here, and you're doing fine. The Knight of Cups
is time frame for that? Like that?
Well, it's happening now. I mean, it's in the process of happening. You see, that's it. It's not a matter of like it's going to be in this season or that. I could do that if we had an awful lot of time and I spread the cards out in a very complicated way, which is really, even then, it's not worth doing, because these things are in motion. Let's put it that way. It's all in motion now. So the key is the Ace of Cups. That means something good is beginning, and it's coming. Okay, that's not like at some point it's coming. It's coming. That's what it is. It's on the way. So that's good to see too. The Five of Cups is an interesting card. Oh, great. This is the one card in the deck that really indicates, by the way, forget the Five of Cups for a second. The Eight of Rods, that means what we're discussing is on the way right now. It's exactly what that means. See, the cards are saying just it's coming. The Five of Cups is about somebody who's a little bit still not fixated on, but concerned with something and a romance that didn't work out. But it's only a partial loss. It's not as bad as you might think, and you will waken to the possibilities of other people very shortly. Okay. So if it's still something that's bothering you or hurting you or distracting you, that's going to fade away in time, and that'll free you up from any attachments to things that are gone. Okay.
Yeah.
And that'll help a lot, that'll help. So keep that in mind, because these are cards that indicate, especially with the Eight of Rods there, that what you want is on the way. It's definitely on the way. There's no two ways about it. It's coming. And that's because you're working on it. It's because of the Eight of Cups. It's that you're making it happen. So, give yourself a round of applause and think about that, okay?
Yeah, wonderful.
Let me know how it works out. If you meet somebody, give me a call if you can't get through, you can contact me at my site. Through Ask One Radio or Reverend Elliott's Magical Window or magic-works.com. You can find me and just remind me that you're in Boston and you're waiting. And I said when somebody shows up that I would pull some cards for you. Okay, we'll do that. No charge, of course.
Wonderful. Oh, thank you so much. No, that's
My
good.
pleasure.
Thank you so
Stay in
much.
touch. Okay.
Oh, sure. Yeah, definitely. I hope it comes soon.
Oh, it's on the way.
God bless.
These cards say that it's coming.
Fantastic.
Thanks for calling.
Sure.
Bye
Thank you.
bye.
Bye.
And we're all shuffled up now, and this is sometimes we're destined to meet people. Here's something freaky about that. I mentioned I 40 years ago I met somebody, and there was an instant bond between us. And the weird part is, I may have mentioned this before. I may mention it a lot for all I know. I'm a stream of consciousness guy, and so I don't keep a track of this thing. But recently, I looked at Ancestor.com. I think at one of those places. I don't think it was that one particularly, but I found out that my wife and I have something in common. Her father's great-great-great-grandparents and my mother's great-great-great-grandparents lived in the same county in Europe. Now, what are the odds of that? That we would be brought together in New York, But there it is, it happened, It's almost as if our DNA was screaming, Landsman, here you are. So never count yourself out, It's remarkable. The world, Haldane, J.D. Haldane, was that his name? Said the universe is not only stranger than we know, it's stranger than we can know. And things like that get me believing it. Well, we've got a few minutes left, so let's go to Marissa in Minnesota. Hi, Marissa. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi there.
Hi, how are you tonight?
Thanks for having me.
Oh,
I'm
my
doing well.
pleasure. Well, what can I look at for you?
So, it's very interesting that you've been talking about relationships and been talking about being drawn to each other, because that's actually why I'm calling. Me and I have a late fiance who passed about 7 years ago.
I'm so
and thank you. We have 3 children, and I ended up remarrying, and I married his cousin.
Mm-hmm.
And me and him have been married for several years now, and we've been going through a lot of hardships in our marriage, and we ended up getting separated for 5 months. And we thought we were as good as divorced until one day on the way to the courthouse to drop off the papers, I texted him and asked him, is this really what you want? And now it's like he's back in the house, and we're kind of, working on our marriage again. And it's like we have this, me and him keep saying that, we're just drawn to each other. It's like this connection we can't give up. And I love my, my children's father, my late fiance, and then watching my relationship with Zach, that's my husband's name is Zach. And it just kind of I feel like, is this the path that I'm supposed to be on, is working on our marriage?
I'm starting to believe that there are more paths than we know of or suspect that exist. And part of that is, for years, science derided the Lamarckian theory of inherited characteristics in terms of that if you cut off the tail of 1,000 mice, eventually the mice will have no tail. Well, of course, that never happened. But there are things, we don't have time to go into that now because I don't want to shortchange you on the reading, but there is look up epigenetics sometimes. This is a whole new field that science denied, but they gave it a new scientific name, so then it's real, you know. But we carry in our DNA everything that happened to all of our ancestors, which is heavy going, and you know, it's they're in there. They're definitely in there. I'll tell some stories about that sometime, about things that I said to my parents as a child that freaked them out. But you know, this whole idea that my wife's family and my family were neighbors, you know, generations ago. That kind of stuff makes you wonder, don't you think? Because what you're feeling is the same thing. Now, you know, I had a marriage that went bad, and there was no two ways about it. That was bad, you know. But this is a whole different thing, you know. And so there are forces that drive us that we just don't recognize. And science has denied for so many years, and now they see it's real. So the way science deals with something that turns out to be real is that they give it a scientific name. Anyway, there could be forces at work between the two of you, in you and that family, in fact, that nobody knows. You know, so we can't dismiss that kind of stuff, can we? You know, we do so at our own risk. So, what would you like to look at tonight? I've got a few minutes left.
Just if this path that I'm on, if it's going to be like a, you know, I don't want it to be too difficult. You know, is this going to be an easier path? Is this going to be something that we're supposed to be doing, or you know, I don't know. It's just kind of like, what's to come.
Well, the first card I have is the High Priestess, which tells me that you are actually a person who's very connected with the spiritual side of the world. That's very important, because you are you're almost a mystical entity yourself. Now keep that in mind. That's where these other powers are from. And the Six of Rods is here. It says you're going to be very successful at what you want. So that's very good too. Unfortunately, I have like a minute left, but I'm just leaving you with this because the next card indicates that you're about to enter a whole new period in your life, and followed by the 10 of Cups, which is about great happiness and joy. So I think you're on the right track. And part of it is that you're a very spiritual person, you know, you're in touch with the other side, so to speak.
Yeah.
So you might want to learn about developing that if you haven't, but you feel it, don't you?
Oh, I do. I have dreams. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Dreams
definitely.
is where it comes from. Dreams is exactly where it comes from. If you drop me a line, my email is asktarot@earthlink.net. It's one word, asktarot @earthlink.net.
TAROW?
TAROT. Or get me through ask1radio.com. You know, just Google Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. You'll find a way to get in touch with me. And I will be happy to send you some books, some information about books on this stuff, okay? But I've got to run. I've got a half a minute left. So thanks a lot for calling. And the news is good.
Thanks.
Bye-bye now. And that's it. We've come to the end of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. We have hit the wall. So I've got to run. But until we get together next week at 11 Central, 9 Mountain, 8 Pacific, 10 Pluto time. I'm losing track of all this. You know, I'm getting giddy, right? I will see you again next week. Until then, remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Hello, my darlings. I've got a tiger behind me. I've got tigers on my scarf. She was born in the year of the tiger. It's enough to give anyone pause. She's smoother than satin, cat of Manhattan, the girl with retractable claws. That's mine. So,